long before England had a name, before crowns, castles, or kings. This land was only an island of fading echoes. Roman roads cracked beneath creeping moss. Empty forts stared across silent hills. And in the hush left behind by a retreating empire, a single question drifted through the air like morning mist. Who will rise to fill the void? Tonight, you are not simply listening to history. You are stepping into a world being born. Welcome to Somni, a place where stories slow your thoughts and time itself becomes gentle. Here, history is not rushed. It breathes. It wanders. It unfolds like a dream. You don't need to remember names. You don't need to follow dates. Just let the past move around you, like waves across a quiet shore. This is a long journey through the medieval world, through shadows and candlelight, through kingdoms rising and falling, through centuries that shaped everything we know today. All you have to do is listen. Before we begin, let me ask you something softly. If you enjoy drifting into sleep with stories from another age, if ancient worlds calm your thoughts, if you like the feeling of time slowing down, then this place is for you. Subscribe, so these stories can find you again. Like this video so it knows it has been heard. And in the comments, leave just one word drifting. It tells me you're here. It tells the story it has found a home, and it helps this quiet corner of the world continue to grow. Now, settle in. The year is 410. Somewhere beyond the pale horizon, the last Roman ships slip away from Britain's shores. Their sails shrink into the distance, white shapes dissolving into gray sky. With them goes an empire's promise of order. The stone roads remain. The forts still stand, but the heartbeat of Rome is gone. Britain is left behind. For nearly 4 centuries, Roman rule had shaped this island. Towns grew around bathhouses and marketplaces. Soldiers guarded distant frontiers. Laws and coins and language stitched daily life into something predictable. Even at the edge of the world, Rome had offered certainty. Now, certainty fades. In once busy settlements, weeds push through broken stone. Roofs sag inward. Fires burn lower in hearths that no longer feel safe. The people who remain, the Romano-Britons, stand in a land that feels suddenly wide and empty. They are farmers, artisans, former soldiers, families who have never known a world without Rome. And yet now they must learn to live in one. There is no grand collapse. No single moment when everything breaks. Instead, there is a slow unraveling. Messages go unanswered. Pay chests remain closed. Garrisons dissolve. Authority becomes memory, and memory cannot defend a village. Beyond the eastern sea, across waters dark with wind and tide, other worlds are stirring. In forested lands where long winters shape hard lives, small bands of people gather along the shore. They are Angles, Saxons, Jutes, Frisians, not an army at first. Not an invasion, yet they are families with few possessions. Warriors seeking land, leaders promising new beginnings. Their boats are narrow, light, carved for rivers and coasts. They load them with tools, weapons, children, hopes. They do not think in centuries. They think in seasons, in harvests, in survival. Britain to them is a rumor of green fields and open valleys, a land where Rome has loosened its grip. A place where something new might be claimed. They cross the water in small numbers. Then more again. At first they come as guests, as hired fighters. Romano-British leaders, desperate for protection, invite them in, pay them in land, ask them to stand watch against other raiders. It seems reasonable, temporary, but roots grow quietly. Wooden halls rise where stone once ruled. New songs echo in unfamiliar tongues. Old customs meet new gods. And slowly, almost invisibly, the island begins to change. Some of the native people flee westward toward mountains and rugged coasts. Wales, Cornwall, places where Rome's shadow still lingers in prayer and memory. Others stay, they adapt. They marry. They learn new words for the same sky, and a few resist. In this blur between legend and history, a name drifts through time like a half-remembered dream: Arthur. Perhaps a single war leader, perhaps many, perhaps only a symbol, but the story endures, a figure standing at the edge of worlds trying to hold back the tide. Whether he lived or not matters less than why he was remembered. He represents a moment when the old world still believed it might survive. Yet history, like the sea, does not pause. The newcomers do not merely settle. They establish kingdoms, small at first, personal, built around loyalty between leader and warrior. These are not Roman provinces. They are living halls of firelight and song, where a king must earn devotion with courage and generosity. Gold is not hoarded, it is given. Stories are not written, they are sung. Honor is not abstract, it is lived or lost in battle. Here, identity is forged in rhythm and flame. In the voice of a poet recounting heroes, in the clash of shields beneath gray skies, in the belief that even gods must face fate. This is the dawn of Anglo-Saxon England, a land no longer Roman, not yet English, balanced between ruin and rebirth. And as these early kingdoms spread across the island, another quiet force is already on the move, one that will reshape every hall, every crown, every soul. A faith carried by monks, by candlelight, by hope. But that gentle tide has not yet reached these shores. For now, the night belongs to fire, iron, and the long whisper of change. In the great wooden halls of these early kingdoms, night falls softly, firelight dances along carved beams. Smoke curls upward into rafters darkened by generations of flame. Warriors gather on benches, their shields resting at their feet, their weapons within reach. Outside, wind brushes through grass and forest, but inside there is warmth, mead, and story. Here, identity is not written, it is spoken. A poet rises, the Scop, keeper of memory. His voice carries through the hall, weaving tales of heroes and monsters, of journeys across storm-racked seas, of warriors who faced death with open eyes. Each story binds the living to the dead, the present to the past. To be remembered in song is to live beyond the grave. This is a world shaped by fate. The gods are not distant or perfect. They walk beside mortals in spirit. They struggle. They fail. They fall. Woden the Wanderer seeks wisdom at any cost. Tyr, god of battle, sacrifices a hand for honor. Thunder's thunder rolls across the sky, reminding all that power is never gentle. Even the gods will one day die. The end of all things, Ragnarok, waits beyond time when fire and ice will consume the world. In such a universe, courage becomes sacred, not because it saves, but because it endures. A warrior does not fight to win forever. He fights to be worthy of memory. Life is brief. Winter is long. And glory is the only light that survives the dark. Yet even in this fierce world, change is already breathing. From the western edges of Britain, from the green hills of Ireland and the wild shores of Scotland, another voice is moving. It travels not with sword and shield, but with scripture and song. Monks, robed in humility, carry with them a different vision of the universe. They speak of one God, of mercy beyond fate, of a life that does not end in shadow. These monks walk where Roman roads fade. They cross rivers and forests. They approach halls where fire still honors ancient gods. They do not come as conquerors. They come as guests, as storytellers of another ending. At first they are strange. They do not boast of lineage. They do not sing of bloodlines. They kneel. They speak of a man who died without a sword, of a kingdom not built by warriors, of a hope that does not fade with winter. Some kings listen, not because they are weak, but because they are thoughtful. One ruler, Edwin of Northumbria, is said to have compared life to a sparrow flying through a warm hall on a winter's night. It enters from darkness. passes briefly through light and vanishes again into the cold beyond. Pagan wisdom accepts this. Christian faith challenges it. What if the darkness is not endless? What if the flight does not end? The question lingers in the firelight. Conversion is slow, uneven, human. Some kings embrace the new faith for peace, others for politics, some for love, some for wonder. Old gods fade not with violence but with quiet replacement. A shrine becomes a chapel. A sacred spring becomes holy ground. The world does not break, it transforms. Warriors still fight. Halls still echo. But now bells ring in the distance. Monasteries rise where forests once stood. Candles burn where idols once rested. And in silent rooms, monks bend over parchment, copying words that will outlive empires. In these small acts, ink upon skin, prayer in darkness, the future is being written. A future that will bind these scattered kingdoms into something more than tribes. A future that will one day be called England. The monasteries begin as whispers on the landscape. A stone chapel on a wind-carved hill. A wooden cross beside a quiet river. A ring of small huts encircling a place of prayer. They are fragile at first, easily overlooked by kings and warriors whose eyes are fixed on borders and battlefields. Yet within these humble enclosures, something extraordinary is taking root here. Time slows. Monks rise before dawn when the world still belongs to shadow. They chant in the half-light. They copy ancient texts by trembling flame. They plant fields, tend bees, welcome travelers. Their lives are not shaped by glory but by rhythm, prayer, work, silence. In a world governed by fate and fire, these places offer continuity. The Christian faith does not erase the warrior spirit, it reshapes it. Courage becomes virtue, loyalty becomes devotion. The hall's code of honor finds a mirror in the teachings of Christ. Slowly, the old stories and the new beliefs begin to weave together. Pagan festivals become Christian feasts. Sacred groves become churchyards. Old gods fade into memory, yet the people do not feel abandoned. They feel guided. In Northumbria, the monastery of Lindisfarne rises on a small island kissed by tide and sky. It is a place of birdsong and wind, of prayer echoing over water. Here, monks illuminate gospels with colors that seem to hold light itself. Spirals twist into beasts. Gold dances across parchment. Faith becomes art. At Jarrow, a quiet scholar named Bede writes by candlelight. He gathers stories of kings and saints, wars and wonders. He does more than record events. He gives them meaning. In his words, the many kingdoms of the island become a single people, not just Saxon, not just Angle, but English. Through him, time gains memory. Monasteries become schools, libraries, hospitals, refuges. They teach sons of nobles to read. They advise kings. They serve as bridges between realms. Where once power flowed only through sword and hall, it now moves through ink and prayer. By the 8th century, England is no longer a land of scattered tribes. It is a mosaic of Christian kingdoms, Wessex, Mercia, Northumbria, Kent, each with its own voice, yet bound by shared belief. A golden age seems to dawn. English scholars travel across Europe. Missionaries carry faith to distant lands. Art and learning flourish. From this island at the edge of the world, light spreads outward. But history does not rest. Beyond the northern seas, in lands of ice and mountain, another culture is awakening. One shaped not by monastery bells, but by wind and wave. A people whose ships glide like shadows across water. They do not seek conversion. They seek gold. And when their sails appear on the horizon, the quiet rhythm of monastic life will shatter beneath thunder and flame. The long night is returning. And this time it comes from the sea. Dawn breaks softly over Lindisfarne. Mist drifts across the narrow causeway. Seabirds cry above dark water. The monks rise as they always have, quietly, faithfully. unaware that the rhythm of their world is about to be broken. From the horizon, long shadows glide. They are not storms. They are not clouds. They are ships. Their prows curve like the necks of dragons. Their sails catch the pale wind. Oars dip in perfect silence. Men stand within them, tall, armed, watchful, eyes fixed on shore. It is June in the year 793. The first Viking raid is about to begin. The attack is sudden, ruthless, unthinkable. Monks flee across stone. Bells ring in panic. Sacred vessels are torn from altars. Gold is ripped from shrines. Blood spills where prayer once echoed. The Holy Island becomes a place of smoke and screams. Across England, the shock ripples outward. Never before has such violence struck the heart of faith. These are not border wars, not feuds between kings. This is something new, raiders from beyond the world arriving without warning, leaving ruin behind. The chronicles write of it in trembling ink. Never before has such terror appeared in Britain. The Vikings come again and again. They strike monasteries first, not by chance but by design. These places hold wealth. They are undefended. And they symbolize everything the raiders do not believe. Gold becomes motive. Fear becomes weapon. Ships appear along every coast. They vanish as quickly as they arrive. Rivers become highways of terror. No place feels distant anymore. The English kingdoms, once confident in stone and prayer, are unprepared. Their armies are slow, their defenses scattered, their unity fragile. What begins as raiding becomes settlement. Great armies land, winter in place, claim land, build halls, plant roots. The north and east of England fall under foreign rule. A new realm emerges, the Danelaw, where Norse customs shape daily life. The old world fractures. Northumbria collapses. Mercia falters. Kings fall. Churches burn. The dream of unity dims. Only Wessex endures, and within Wessex a young man watches the horizon. His name is Alfred. He will not be remembered for conquest alone. He will be remembered for vision, for understanding that survival requires more than swords. It requires structure, memory, a shared identity. Yet before greatness there is loss. In winter, Alfred is driven into the marshes, hunted, reduced to a fugitive in his own land. Legend says he burns cakes in a peasant's hearth, unrecognized, humbled, but in that stillness something hardens. A kingdom is not walls, it is people. Alfred returns. He rallies farmers and nobles. He reforms armies. He builds fortresses. He teaches his people not just to fight, but to endure. At Edington, the English stand. Shields lock, voices rise, hope holds. And when the Viking line breaks, something ancient stirs. England does not vanish, it survives through fire, through fear, through the long dark brought by the sea, and in that survival a nation begins to awaken. But the storm has not passed, it is only changing shape. The victory at Edington does not end the Viking age, it changes it. Alfred understands something his enemies do not expect. He does not seek only to drive them away. He seeks to transform the world they have shattered. When the defeated Viking leader Guthrum kneels in baptism, with Alfred standing as his godfather, a new idea enters English soil. Enemies can become neighbors. Strangers can become citizens. Violence can become order. The land is divided. Boundaries drawn not merely by sword but by law. The Danelaw remains, but it begins to soften. Norse settlers farm beside English villagers. Markets grow where battlefields once lay. Names change. Customs blend. Bloodlines intertwine. Alfred rebuilds from ashes. He raises fortified towns, burghs across Wessex. Each one is placed so no village lies more than a day's walk from safety. They are not only walls, but centers of trade, learning, and life. Streets are measured, plots assigned, communities formed. England begins to feel permanent, but Alfred's true revolution is quieter. He looks upon a kingdom where learning has burned, where monks fled, where libraries turn to smoke. He knows that swords alone cannot save a people who forget who they are, so he teaches. He translates books into English. He orders schools built. He gathers scholars from across the world. For the first time, the past is written in the language of the people. The Anglo-Saxon chronicle begins, year by year, memory made permanent. The story of England becomes something that can be shared, something that belongs to everyone. A king becomes more than a war leader. He becomes a guardian of time. When Alfred dies, his work does not fade. His sons and grandsons continue it. Burhs expand. Laws unify. Viking lands are reclaimed not only by battle, but by belonging. At Brunanburh, the English stand as one. Saxon and Danes side by side. They face a coalition of enemies and do not break. For the first time, a ruler can truly say, "I am king of all England." What was once an island of tribes becomes a nation. Coins circulate from town to town. Courts administer justice. Roads bind shires together. London rises as a heart of trade. From ruin, a state is born. Yet beneath this order, another shadow forms. Across the sea in Normandy, descendants of Vikings build a new power. They adopt castles, discipline, cavalry. They become something sharper than their ancestors. They do not raid, they conquer, and they are watching England. The island is no longer forgotten. It is desirable. A crown waits for a challenge. By the middle of the 11th century, England stands tall among European kingdoms. Its laws are organized. Its towns hum with trade. Its church shines with learning. Silver coins minted in English towns pass through hands from Scandinavia to the Mediterranean. London swells into a city of ships and voices. Monasteries rise in stone. Kings rule not merely by strength, but by structure. Yet beneath this calm, a fragile truth rests. Everything depends on lineage. A kingdom can survive invasion. It can rebuild from fire. But it cannot escape the silence left by an empty throne. Edward the Confessor reigns gently, pious, reserved, more monk than monarch. He rebuilds Westminster Abbey as a house of God, not as a fortress of power. He prays, he reflects. He governs lightly, and he leaves no son. As the years pass, the question grows heavier. Who will follow around him? Great earls rise in strength. Foremost among them stands Harold Godwinson, warrior, diplomat, protector of the realm. He commands armies. He repels Welsh raids. He governs in all but name. Across the sea, another figure listens. William, Duke of Normandy. He is not soft. He is forged by struggle. Born illegitimate. Raised in danger. He survives betrayal, rebellion, assassination. He hardens into a ruler of iron will. Normandy becomes disciplined. Militarized, devoted, William claims Edward promised him the English crown. Harold, once shipwrecked in Norman lands, is said to have sworn an oath upon holy relics to support that claim. Truth blurs. What remains is tension. When Edward dies in January 1066, England holds its breath. The Witan, the Council of Nobles, chooses Harold. He is English, proven, present. Crowned within hours, across the sea, William burns with certainty in Norway. Harold Hardrada dreams of glory, 3 crowns. One throne. The year of fate begins. In the north, sails darken the Humber. Hardrada lands with a storm of warriors. Harold marches, fights, wins at Stamford Bridge. Victory is swift, brutal, final. The Viking Age ends on English soil. But even as blood dries on northern fields, another fleet gathers. Norman ships crowd the harbors. Horses are loaded. Knights pray beneath papal banners. An army unlike any England has faced prepares to cross the Channel. Harold turns south. His men are tired. His victory incomplete. His fate unwritten. The wind carries more than sails. It carries the end of an age. And on a hill near Hastings, 2 worlds will meet, one ancient, one rising. The island that learned to survive will now be forced to change forever. The wind carries salt and destiny across the narrow sea. Norman sails rise from the horizon like a forest of pale wings. Nearly 700 ships glide toward the English coast, heavy with men, horses, steel, and ambition. They land at Pevensey not in haste but with ceremony. William builds a fortress on the shore as if to declare that he has not come to raid, he has come to stay. Word races north. Harold, still flushed from victory, still mourning the dead of Stamford Bridge, turns his army once more. The road south is long. Feet blister. Muscles ache. Shields are carried by men who have not yet healed. But there is no choice. England must be defended where it stands. They meet on a hill called Senlac. Harold's army forms a wall of shields at the crest. Infantry shoulder to shoulder. Axes gleam. The ground slopes downward toward the Norman host. They stand firm, rooted like an ancient forest. William's army waits below, cavalry. Archers. Infantry trained to move as one. This is not the warfare of the North. It is a new art, disciplined, layered, precise. The first arrows rise, they darken the sky like migrating birds. They fall against shields, against earth, against flesh. The Norman cavalry charges uphill, hooves pounding, lances leveled. The English wall does not break. Horses fall, knights tumble. For hours the line holds. Axes cleave mail, shields grind against shields. Two worlds strain against each other. A rumor spreads through the Norman ranks. William is dead. Panic ripples. But the Duke rides forward, lifting his helmet so all may see his face. His voice cuts through fear. The army steadies. The myth of invincibility is restored. Then comes deception. The Normans retreat. The English, believing victory near, pursue. The shield wall thins, cavalry turns, surrounds, slaughters. What discipline built, haste destroys. By evening Harold falls, an arrow finds him. Swords follow, the banner drops. Around him the old nobility of England dies. Generations end in blood. Silence follows thunder, the hill remains. But England is no longer the same. William does not rush to London. He moves with calculation. Villages burn, fields blacken. The message spreads. Resistance invites ruin. Cities open their gates on Christmas Day. William is crowned in Westminster. English bishops speak the words. Norman voices echo in approval. Outside, fear turns to fire as guards mistake celebration for rebellion. A new age begins in smoke. Yet conquest is not rule, the land is restless. Nobles resist, the North rebels. William answers with fire. Villages vanish. Fields are salted. The harrowing of the North leaves silence where life once breathed. He builds castles, earth and timber at first, then stone. They rise like scars across the land, symbols of dominance, centers of control. England becomes a web of fortresses, but William does more than suppress. He reshapes. Every acre is measured, every holding recorded. The Domesday Book is born. A kingdom is mapped not in myth but in numbers. Wealth becomes visible. Authority becomes absolute. Norman lords replace English earls. French words enter halls. Latin fills courts. English survives in cottages. A trilingual world emerges, and slowly resistance fades into memory. The conquest does not erase England. It transforms it. The island that learned to endure now learns to adapt. Stone replaces timber. Castles replace halls. Law replaces custom. From ruin, a new order grows, foreign yet permanent. And the people, as always, continue. They plow. They pray. They remember. History moves forward, and England, though changed, remains. The years that follow the conquest feel heavy, not with war alone, but with transformation. Across England, new shapes rise against the sky. Earth is carved into mounds. Timber walls crown their summits. Later, stone replaces wood, cold, pale, immovable. Castles emerge where none had stood before, at river crossings, beside market towns, on hills overlooking valleys. each one a silent declaration. This land has new masters. The White Tower rises above the Thames like a mountain of chalk and authority. Its walls are thick enough to swallow sound. Its chambers hold treasure, prisoners, and power. It is not merely a fortress. It is a statement carved into the skyline. Norman lords take estates once held by English families whose names fade into dust. The old earls vanish from memory. In their place stand barons bound by oath, land, and fear. Every field, every village, every forest now belongs, directly or indirectly, to the king. Feudalism settles like a net. Land is no longer inherited by tradition. It is granted by favor, held by service, measured by obligation. Power becomes structured. Yet William does not rule by terror alone. He preserves what works. The shires remain. The sheriffs still govern. The laws of Edward endure. England is not destroyed. It is reorganized. Monasteries are reformed. Bishops replaced. A new archbishop, Lanfranc, reshapes the church. Stone cathedrals rise where wooden churches once stood. Durham, Canterbury, Winchester. Their arches reach higher than any hall of the past. Light pours through colored glass. Faith becomes architecture. Learning returns. Scriptoria fill with ink. Scholars cross from Normandy. The English church binds itself more tightly to Rome. Authority flows from altar to throne. Language shifts. French words fill the halls of power. Latin governs law and learning. English survives among hearths and fields. A new tongue is forming in silence. Yet beneath this order memory lives. The people remember other kings, other laws, other days. They adapt as they always have. The Norman kings who follow William inherit not merely a crown but a machine, courts, records, castles, taxes. A state that can outlive its ruler. When William's sons quarrel, England does not vanish. When kings die, the kingdom remains. Something unprecedented is forming. Not a realm held together by a single man, but a structure, a system, a nation that can endure weakness. And from this foundation, another revolution will rise, not through invasion, but through law. For in the quiet chambers of royal courts, among parchment and seals, England is preparing to discover a new idea, that even a king may be bound. Time moves differently beneath stone. Castles do not rush. Cathedrals do not hurry. The England shaped by Norman hands becomes a land of walls and writs, of ledgers and laws. What began in conquest now seeks permanence. When William the Conqueror dies, his body carried back across the channel to the land of his birth, he leaves behind more than sons and rivals. He leaves a machine. A kingdom that can be ruled even when the king is weak, absent, or flawed. Yet a crown is never light. William's heirs struggle beneath its weight. Brothers quarrel, barons scheme. The throne becomes a prize that tempts ambition as much as loyalty. England learns that order is fragile, that stone does not prevent rivalry, and that power always invites challenge. William Rufus rules with fire in his blood. He is brilliant, greedy, impatient. He taxes without mercy. He quarrels with the church. He leaves bishoprics empty to harvest their wealth. The people feel the strain of a system that has learned how to extract, but not always how to give. Then one morning, in the depths of the New Forest, an arrow finds him. The king falls among deer and shadow. No air, no certainty, only silence in the trees. His brother Henry moves swiftly. Before rivals can stir, he seizes the crown. But Henry understands something Rufus never did. A king cannot rule by fear alone. On the day of his coronation, Henry issues a promise, the Charter of Liberties. He swears to rule justly, to restrain greed, to respect the laws of Edward the Confessor. It is more than ceremony. It is a contract. For the first time, a king acknowledges that his power has limits. Henry builds not only walls but systems. He reforms courts. He strengthens the exchequer. He sends royal judges across the land. Law becomes something that moves, something that reaches even distant villages. Justice begins to feel shared. England transforms from a realm of personal loyalty into a realm of procedure. Records replace rumor, writs replace whim, memory becomes parchment. Yet even the strongest systems depend upon succession. Henry's only son drowns in the White Ship, swallowed by dark water and careless laughter. The future of the realm sinks with him. In grief, Henry names his daughter Matilda as heir, but the world is not ready. A woman on the throne unsettles barons raised on iron and inheritance. When Henry dies, oaths dissolve. Stephen seizes the crown, promises shatter. England falls into civil war, they call it the anarchy. Castles rise without permission. Lords rule like kings. Roads grow dangerous. Justice sleeps. Chroniclers write that Christ and his saints were asleep. The land fractures once more. Yet even in chaos, the system endures. Courts continue in pockets. Records persist. The idea of order survives, waiting. When peace finally comes and Matilda's son, Henry II, takes the throne, he inherits more than a broken realm. He inherits possibility. And with him begins a revolution not of swords, but of law. Henry II does not look like a conqueror. He does not arrive with banners blazing or swords raised. He comes with ledgers, with questions, with an understanding that power, which must always be enforced by force, is already weak. The England he inherits is weary. Years of civil war have left scars across fields and memory. Castles still loom where barons once ruled like kings. Trust in authority has thinned. Roads whisper of danger. Justice feels distant. Henry intends to change this, not by tearing down the past, but by giving it bones. He rebuilds royal authority not through terror, but through reach. Judges leave London and ride into every corner of the realm. They carry writs, seals, and the king's voice. They listen to disputes. They record verdicts. They create precedent. For the first time, the law begins to move. A farmer in a distant shire can appeal to the same justice as a noble in the capital. Custom bends toward uniformity. Memory becomes record. Judgment becomes pattern. England is no longer governed solely by who you know. It begins to be governed by what is written. Henry's courts do not merely settle quarrels. They reshape society. Property gains definition. Contracts gain weight. The crown becomes the final arbiter of order. The king is no longer only a war leader. He becomes a source of law. Juries are summoned. Ordinary men are asked to speak truth under oath. Their voices enter governance. Quietly, without ceremony, participation begins. Power starts to diffuse. Yet one boundary remains uncertain. Where does royal authority end and sacred authority begin? Henry once trusted a friend above all others, Thomas Becket. He made him Archbishop of Canterbury, believing a loyal servant would strengthen royal control over the church. But Becket transforms. He sheds silk for sackcloth. He embraces the cross. He defends clerical independence with fierce devotion. Where Henry seeks unity under law, Becket guards spiritual autonomy. Their friendship becomes fracture. Words harden. Letters sharpen, tempers flare. One winter evening, Henry's anger spills into legend. Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest? 4 nights here. They ride on a cold December afternoon. They enter Canterbury Cathedral. The light is dim. Incense lingers. Becket stands before the altar. Steel meets stone. Blood spreads across sacred floor. The world trembles. A king has been linked to murder within God's house. Europe recoils. Pilgrims flood Canterbury. Becket becomes a martyr. His shrine glows with candles and grief. England becomes a land of penitence. Henry walks barefoot through the streets. He kneels. He weeps. He submits to scourging by monks. Power bows before faith. The message echoes through centuries. Even a king is not above all law. From this tension between crown and conscience, something enduring is born. Authority becomes layered. Power becomes balanced. England begins to learn that order is strongest when it is shared. And in this quiet realization, beneath candlelight and court rolls, the medieval world begins to bend towards something new. Henry II's reign stretches across decades, and with it, the reach of English authority stretches farther than ever before. From the misted hills of the north to the sun-warmed vineyards of Aquitaine, his lands form a vast web. England is no longer an island looking inward. It is the administrative heart of an empire that touches half of Western Europe. Yet this empire is not held together by constant battle. It is held together by paper. Rolls of parchment fill royal chests. Accounts are tallied. Sheriffs are summoned to explain themselves. The exchequer becomes a living engine of governance, its checkered tables covered in counters that represent villages, mills, forests, fines. For the first time, power is counted. Justice follows. Royal justices travel on circuits. They bring with them procedures that do not vanish when a king dies. Their rulings form patterns. Patterns become law. Law becomes expectation. Villages learn that order is no longer local. Nobles learn that tradition can be questioned. The crown learns that authority can be extended without armies. England is becoming something rare in the medieval world, a realm governed not only by will, but by system. Henry's marriage to a leaner of Aquitaine unites Norman efficiency with southern brilliance. Poets sing in court, scholars debate, troubadours carry stories across borders. England absorbs culture as well as control. Yet beneath this splendor, strain grows. An empire of such breadth cannot be governed by presence alone. Messages travel slowly. Loyalty weakens with distance. Sons grow impatient beneath a father who refuses to yield power. Rebellion rises not from peasants but from blood. Henry's own children turn against him. They are urged by rivals, encouraged by their mother, tempted by crowns that seem forever just out of reach. They raise banners. They draw swords. The empire shudders, but the system holds. Courts continue. Revenues flow. Justices ride. Even while armies clash, the machinery of rule endures. England does not collapse into chaos as it once did during the anarchy. The king is embattled. The kingdom remains. When Henry dies, exhausted and betrayed, he leaves behind more than grief. He leaves behind a structure that does not die with him. For the first time in its history, England is larger than its ruler, and that truth will change everything. For the crown now rests upon a realm that remembers how to function even when kings falter. What follows will test that memory. When Henry II's crown passes to his son, it settles upon a very different head. Richard is not shaped by ledgers or law. He is shaped by song and steel. Where his father walked halls of parchment, Richard walks battlefields of dust and flame. He speaks French more fluently than English. He thinks of castles in Aquitaine before cottages in Kent. To him, England is not a homeland. It is a treasury. Europe is caught in the fever of crusade. Jerusalem has fallen. The Holy Land calls to knights with promises of salvation and glory. Richard hears that call as if it were written in his blood. He becomes Richard the Lionheart. Taxes rise. Silver is stripped from churches. Even sacred relics are sold. The kingdom finances a dream of distant sand and holy war. England feels the weight of a king who looks eastward, not inward. Richard departs. He leaves behind regents, quarrels, and uncertainty. Without the king's presence, ambition stirs. His brother John plots. Barons test limits. Governance strains. In the Holy Land, Richard proves himself a master of war. He commands with brilliance. He negotiates with Saladin as an equal. He becomes legend. Yet legend does not build kingdoms. Jerusalem remains beyond reach. The crusade ends in compromise. Glory fades into cost. On his return, Richard is captured. Ransom drains England again. Taxes are levied with unprecedented reach. Assemblies gather. Consent is sought. A subtle change takes place. Subjects are asked. Voices gather. England begins to learn that extraordinary power requires extraordinary agreement. Richard returns, fights in France, and dies beneath a castle wall, struck by a crossbow bolt in a petty siege. A hero's end, perhaps, but his reign leaves little behind but debt, exhaustion, and myth. The crown passes to John, and England enters its reckoning. John inherits not glory but pressure. He loses Normandy. The empire fractures. Barons who once held lands on both sides of the sea are forced to choose. Resentment grows. John governs through suspicion. He fines, seizes, manipulates courts for revenue. Justice becomes a tool. Forest laws tighten. Every privilege becomes a price. The church resists. The Pope intervenes. England is placed under interdict. Bells fall silent. Burials are denied. The land feels cursed. Barons gather, not to overthrow monarchy, but to bind it. At Runnymede, beneath open sky, steel rests in scabbards while parchment lies between king and nobles. The Magna Carta is sealed. It speaks softly, no free man shall be imprisoned without lawful judgment. The king shall obey the law, justice shall not be sold. It is not democracy, it is a boundary John resists. War follows. He dies amid ruin, but the document survives him. A child king ascends. And England carries forward an idea more powerful than any sword, that even a crown must listen. The medieval world does not yet know what this will become, but history has shifted. The river of time has bent, and England, once shaped by invasion and flame, now begins to shape itself. When King John dies, England exhales, not in relief but in uncertainty. The crown passes to a boy of 9, Henry, son of a ruler whose name has become synonymous with failure and fear. The kingdom he inherits is fractured. French armies occupy castles. Barons hold swords against their own crown. The memory of civil war still smolders across fields and roads. Yet something extraordinary happens. Instead of collapse, England steadies. A small circle of men gathers around the child king, warriors grown gray with loyalty, clerics seasoned by diplomacy, counselors shaped by the long labor of governance. At their center stands William Marshall, a knight so respected that poets call him the greatest of his age. He does not rule through terror. He does not seek revenge. He rebuilds trust. Magna Carta is reissued, not as a threat to the crown, but as a promise from it. Rebels are offered peace. French forces are pushed back. Castles open their gates. Slowly, the land remembers what order feels like. The child king grows in a realm that no longer depends on conquest for survival. It depends on balance. Henry III comes of age in a world where power must be explained, where barons expect counsel, where law has memory, where the crown cannot rule by silence alone. Yet Henry is not a warrior. He is gentle, devout, dreaming. He loves beauty more than battle. He envisions a kingdom made of color and prayer. Under his direction, Westminster Abbey is rebuilt in soaring Gothic stone. Light pours through glass like liquid jewel. The old Saxon shrine becomes a monument of wonder. But beauty costs, taxes rise. Foreign advisors crowd the court. The king's generosity flows outward, often beyond England's shores. Barons murmur. The balance begins to tilt. They do not rebel in anger. They reform in argument. At Oxford, they demand change. A council to oversee royal action. Regular assemblies. Limits on favoritism. They do not seek to overthrow monarchy. They seek to shape it. For the first time, governance becomes shared not in crisis, but in structure. The provisions of Oxford breathe new life into the idea that kingship is not solitary. Power becomes conversation. Yet even reform breeds tension. Not all accept restraint, not all trust compromise. And among those who rise is a man of vision and fire, Simon de Montfort. His voice carries beyond barons. It reaches towns, shires, people. And in his defiance, England stands at the edge of something new. Not a new king, but a new way of being ruled. Simon de Montfort is not born to be a revolutionary. He is French by blood, noble by title, married into England's royal line. He begins as a loyal servant of the crown, a man shaped by chivalry and order. Yet something in England changes him. He listens, not only to barons but to merchants, not only to lords but to towns, not only to power but to people. He sees what others dismiss, that England is no longer a land governed only by swords and estates. Markets hum, roads fill, voices multiply. The realm has grown too complex for silence. When conflict with Henry III hardens into war, it is not merely a struggle for control. It becomes a question. Who does the kingdom belong to? At Luz, de Montfort's forces defeat the king. Henry is captured. His son Edward is taken. Power shifts. Yet de Montfort does not seize the crown. He reshapes it. In 1265, he summons a gathering unlike any before. Not only lords and bishops, but representatives from towns and shires are called. Men chosen not for lineage, but for voice. For the first time, common England enters the chamber of rule. They do not yet govern. They do not yet command, but they are present. A seed is planted, the parliament that follows is fragile. Brief, surrounded by enemies. De Montfort's rule is imperfect, strained by war and necessity. He leans on foreign mercenaries. He struggles to balance ideals with survival. And so, as often in history, vision outpaces stability. Prince Edward escapes. He gathers loyalists. Armies clash once more. At Evesham, rain darkens the field. De Montfort stands beneath storm clouds against overwhelming force. He falls. His body is broken, his head severed. His dream seems to die with him. Yet ideas do not bleed. The assembly he summoned does not vanish. The memory of voice does not fade. The notion that rule might be shared lingers. Even kings remember. Edward, who witnessed captivity, who fought rebellion, who saw how authority could fracture, carries these lessons forward. When he ascends the throne, he rules with strength, but not blindness. He summons councils. He consults. He governs within form. England has learned something irreversible, that a nation is more than its crown. The medieval world continues to be shaped by swords and stone. Yet beneath armor and banners, another force now moves, slow, quiet, enduring, the idea that power may listen. And in that whisper, the future stirs. Edward's reign brings a new steadiness to England. He is not gentle like his father, nor visionary like de Montfort. He is deliberate, measured. A king shaped by captivity and conflict, who understands that authority must be firm, but never unanchored from consent. Under Edward, the realm stretches outward once more. Wales is drawn into the English crown, its ancient princes subdued beneath stone fortresses that rise along mountain passes and river valleys. Caernarfon, Conwy, Harlech, castles carved from rock itself, stand as both guardians and warnings. They are not merely defenses. They are architecture of dominion, proclaiming that the edge of England has moved, the borders of the kingdom harden. Yet within those borders, something subtler unfolds. Parliament meets more often. Taxes are debated. Petitions are heard. The crown learns that governance flows more smoothly when voices are acknowledged. The barons learn that resistance need not always be rebellion. The towns learn that their words can travel beyond walls. Power begins to take on shape, not the shape of a sword, not the shape of a crown, but the shape of process. England becomes a place where change happens not only through battle, but through parchment and speech. Where kingship is still mighty, yet increasingly defined by what it must answer. Trade flourishes. Wool becomes wealth. English merchants move through European ports. Roads carry carts of cloth. Towns grow in confidence. Guilds form. Bells ring not only for prayer but for commerce. The medieval world feels busy. Stone cathedrals rise in every shire. Their towers cast shadows over markets and meadows alike. They remind peasants and princes that time is measured in more than harvests and rains. Above all, they endure. Yet even as England stabilizes, Europe stirs. Beyond the Channel, France grows in strength. Dynasties shift. Alliances strain. The delicate balance of medieval politics tightens like a drawn bow. Edward's successors inherit not merely a throne but a nation with memory, a people who remember councils, a nobility who remember limits, a crown that remembers resistance. The old age of conquest has ended. A new age approaches, one of claims, banners, and identity. An age when kings will look across the sea and ask, who truly owns this land? And when England will find itself drawn into a conflict that will last longer than any lifetime, a war not for survival, but for destiny. The medieval world is changing. Kings no longer rule in isolation. Nations no longer drift without memory. Borders harden. Voices gather. Power becomes aware of itself. England, once a land shaped by invasion, now begins to look outward not in fear, but in ambition. Across the Channel, France rises. The Capetian kings strengthen their hold over land once claimed by English rulers. Old ties fray. Norman bloodlines weaken. Territories that had once linked England to the continent slip away, one by one, like pages torn from a book. What remains is an island kingdom, more unified than ever before. Its nobles now think of themselves not as lords of scattered lands, but as English. Its merchants speak of home not as village, but as realm. Its people begin to sense a shared story. Language shifts. English, once the tongue of peasants, begins to rise again. French words mix with Saxon roots. A new voice forms, familiar, flexible, alive. It is not yet modern, but it is no longer divided. In halls and markets, people speak differently. In courts and towns, identity stirs. England is becoming conscious of itself, yet consciousness invites comparison. Across the Channel, French banners gather. Claims are whispered. Marriages bind bloodlines across borders. Old promises are remembered in new ways. A question emerges: is the King of England also rightful King of France? It is a dangerous thought, for if crowns are inherited by blood and blood crosses seas, then war becomes a matter of lineage. The medieval world stands on the edge of a long storm, not a raid, not a conquest, but a generational struggle. Fathers will begin it, sons will inherit it. Grandsons will still fight beneath its shadow, villages will burn and rebuild, castles will rise and fall. Armies will march across fields that forget and remember, and through it all, England will be shaped not only by swords but by endurance. The nation that once learned to survive invasion will now learn to survive war that has no ending. The 100 Years' War waits beyond the horizon, and with it, the next transformation of medieval England, one that will forge myth, monarchy, and memory in fire. The war does not begin with fire. It begins with a claim, a lineage traced through marriage, a promise remembered differently on opposite shores, a crown imagined in two places at once. When Edward III of England declares himself rightful King of France, he does not yet unsheathe the sword. He reshapes the future. Europe listens. What follows is not a single conflict, but a century of struggle, pause, renewal, and blood. A war so long that men will be born, fight, and die without ever knowing peace. Villages will be rebuilt only to burn again. Fields will change hands more often than families. Memory itself will be shaped by waiting. The 100 Years' War begins as a quarrel of kings. It becomes the burden of everyone. English armies cross the Channel. They move through Normandy and Aquitaine like storms with banners. Knights ride in armor that gleams beneath foreign skies. Longbowmen march with quiet confidence, their weapons simple, their power devastating. At Crécy, French chivalry charges as it always has, nobly, proudly, blindly. Arrows fall like rain. Horses scream. Banners collapse. The old way of war shatters against disciplined infantry. At Poitiers, a king is captured. At Agincourt, mud swallows armor. Rain dampens powder. And once more, English arrows turn valor into silence. England, long shaped by defense, now discovers offense. The nation that once feared invasion becomes a legend of victory abroad. Songs are sung in taverns. Names become myth. Henry V is crowned in memory even before his death. He walks through Paris as a conqueror. For a moment, England stands at the center of Europe's imagination. Yet triumph is fragile. The war stretches beyond any one life. Heroes die. Successors falter. France awakens beneath the flame. A young girl rises with visions and fire in her voice. Joan of Arc lifts a broken nation. England loses ground not in a single defeat, but in the slow erosion of fortune. And with each passing year, something deeper changes. The war is no longer about land. It becomes about identity. English soldiers fight not for a Norman duke's memory, but for an English crown. French peasants no longer see invaders as feudal rivals, but as foreigners. Nations are being born in fire. Back in England, the cost grows heavy. Taxes rise. Parliament meets more often. Kings must ask. Subjects must agree. The machinery of governance tightens around necessity. The realm learns that war is not only fought on fields, it is fought in chambers, in ledgers, in consent. The long conflict teaches England that power flows from more than blood. It flows from people who must endure. And in that endurance, medieval England begins to resemble something new, not merely a kingdom, but a community bound by fate. Yet as the war drains strength abroad, another storm gathers at home. For crowns grown heavy with ambition are often worn by fragile hands, and the next generation of kings will discover that enemies across the sea are sometimes easier to face than rivals within. While armies march beneath foreign skies, England bears the weight. Victory abroad demands sacrifice at home. Coin is drawn from villages that have never seen France. Wool is taxed before it reaches market. Peasants feel the war not in banners, but in empty barns and rising rents. Parliament gathers again and again. Kings who once commanded now negotiate. They speak not only to nobles, but to towns, to shires, to men who measure power not in lineage, but in labor. Consent becomes currency. The realm is learning that war requires more than courage. It requires cooperation. Yet strain fractures harmony. The Black Death sweeps across England like a silent tide. It arrives without banners, without warning. It spares neither king nor child. Fields empty. Bells toll without pause. Entire villages vanish into memory. The living walk among the echoes of the dead. Labor becomes precious. Survivors demand wages. Lords resist. Old structures tremble. A world once shaped by hierarchy begins to feel unstable. In 1381, the land erupts. Peasants rise. They march beneath handmade banners. They speak of freedom. They demand an end to bondage. They walk into London itself, into the heart of power, carrying not swords of conquest, but the weight of being seen. The revolt fails. Leaders die. Order is restored. Yet nothing truly returns to what it was. The knowledge remains that even the lowest voice can shake a kingdom. As the war in France falters and domestic unrest simmers, the crown weakens. Richard II rules with grandeur but fragile judgment. He surrounds himself with favorites. He speaks of divine right. He forgets the lessons of consent. barons whisper. And when Henry Bolingbroke returns from exile, the realm does not resist. Richard is deposed. A king is unmade. It happens not in chaos, but in process. Parliament affirms. The crown changes hands without invasion. For the first time since Hastings, England replaces a king by its own will. The medieval world does not yet call this revolution, but history remembers. A nation that once accepted fate is learning to choose. And in that choice, medieval England steps closer to a future where power is not merely inherited, but answered for. Henry Bolingbroke becomes Henry IV not through destiny, but through decision. The crown is placed upon his head because the realm allows it. Parliament acknowledges. Nobles assent. The people, weary of excess and silence, accept change. England has crossed a quiet threshold. A king has been replaced, not by invasion, not by miracle, but by consent shaped through law. Yet a crown taken this way is never light. Henry IV rules beneath a shadow. He knows his claim is strong only because it is supported. Every rebellion feels personal. Every whisper echoes. The realm he governs has learned that kings can fall, revolts rise. Wales burns under the fire of Owain Glyndwr. Northern lords gather banners. Old loyalties fracture. The land trembles with unfinished argument. Henry fights not only enemies, but doubt. His son watches. Prince Hal grows in taverns and shadows, moving among common men, learning voices that kings rarely hear. He listens to laughter and fear. He learns how the realm breathes when no crown is present. When Henry IV dies, the sun ascends, and England holds its breath. Henry V is transformed. He casts aside youth's wandering. He steps into kingship with clarity. Where his father hesitated, he acts. Where the realm doubted, he unites. He restores order. He gathers consent. He looks across the channel. The war in France rekindles. At Agincourt, beneath gray sky and endless rain, England stands against overwhelming force. Mud clings to armor. Banners sag. Knights charge as they always have. Arrows rise. They fall. The field becomes legend. A small army defeats a mighty host. Henry walks among the fallen and orders that no song of victory erase the cost. He knows what war truly is. For a moment, England feels invincible. Henry is hailed not merely as king, but as embodiment of the nation. His victories become England's identity. He returns not only with glory but with authority. Treaties bind France. A crown seems within reach. Then death comes quietly. Henry dies young. His son is an infant. Once more, the crown rests on fragile hands. The realm that learned to replace kings must now protect one. And beyond the court, beyond banners and battles, England feels a truth it cannot yet name. That greatness built on one man's strength is fleeting. That even legends end. And that the future belongs not to heroes alone, but to institutions that endure when heroes fade. The medieval world moves forward, slower now, more cautious, carrying the memory of kings who rose and fell by the will of those they ruled. England, shaped by fire and parchment, stands between ages, no longer a land of fate alone, but not yet a nation of choice. History continues to breathe. And the night is far from over. The child who inherits Henry V's crown grows beneath shadows far larger than himself. Henry VI is gentle, introspective, more monk than monarch. He rules not by command but by hope. He dreams of peace where others remember victory. He builds colleges and chapels. He prays while factions gather. England has become a kingdom too complex for innocence. The war in France falters. Territories slip away. Commanders quarrel. Victories fade into memory. The realm that once felt invincible begins to doubt itself. Power shifts inward. Nobles no longer look across the sea. They look across halls, across tables, across bloodlines. Two great houses rise, Lancaster and York. Both descend from kings. Both claim right, both gather followers. Their banners do not carry foreign symbols, they carry English names. The struggle that follows is not invasion. It is inheritance at war with itself. Fields that once sent sons to France now send them against neighbors. Castles open gates not to outsiders but to cousins. Families divide. Oaths fracture. The Wars of the Roses begin not with a thunderclap but with murmurs, disputes in council, grievances whispered, armies raised in defense of legitimacy. The crown becomes a prize passed between hands. Henry VI loses it, regains it, loses it again. Kings rise and fall in seasons. Edward IV rules, then flees, returns, rules again. For ordinary people, time becomes uncertain. Coin changes face, law changes name, allegiance becomes survival. Yet through this chaos, something remarkable endures. Parliament still meets, courts still function, records continue. Even while banners clash, the machinery of governance remains. England no longer dissolves in civil war, it bends. The medieval world has taught the realm how to persist beyond rulers. The idea that a kingdom is more than its king has become instinct. When Richard III falls at Bosworth, when the last charge of a medieval king ends beneath red, rose, and white, a new dynasty rises. Henry Tudor claims the crown, not through conquest alone, but through acceptance. He marries rival bloodlines. He calms the realm. He restores balance. The long storm fades, and in its quiet aftermath, England stands transformed. It has endured invasion, survived plague, challenged kings, reshaped power. The medieval age nears its twilight. Ahead lies a world of printing presses and exploration, of oceans crossed and ideas unchained, of crowns that will soon face voices louder than ever before. But for now, in this moment between ages, England rests. Stone still stands. Church bells still ring. Fields still breathe, and history, as always, waits for the next heartbeat. With the rise of Henry Tudor, the storms of medieval England begin to soften. The land is weary. Decades of shifting crowns, of banners raised and broken, of brothers fighting brothers, have left deep lines across the countryside and deeper ones in memory. Villages have learned how quickly allegiance can become danger. Nobles have learned how thin a crown's authority can be. The people have learned endurance. Henry VII does not rule like a warrior king. He rules like a gardener. He prunes power. He binds wounds. He watches patiently. Where others charged, he calculates. Where others demanded, he persuades. The crown he wears is not heavy with dreams of conquest, but with the quiet ambition of stability. He marries Elizabeth of York, joining red, rose, and white. The war that once split the realm is folded into blood and ceremony. The past is not erased, but it is reconciled. England exhales. Castles still stand, but fewer banners rise. Knights still ride, but fewer wars call them. Courts still speak, but with steadier voice. The medieval world begins to loosen its grip. Trade grows. Ships leave harbor not for battle, but for distant markets. Wool becomes gold. Gold becomes bridges, halls, learning. Towns swell. Streets hum. A merchant class emerges, neither noble nor peasant, but something new. Power quietly diversifies. The crown no longer stands alone atop society. It is flanked by commerce, by law, by memory. Printing presses appear, whispering of a future where words travel faster than armies. Ideas begin to outpace swords. Knowledge no longer belongs only to monasteries and courts. The world is widening. Yet beneath this calm, medieval England still breathes. The rhythms remain. Bells mark hours. Fields answer seasons. Churches hold time in stone and shadow. People still live in cottages warmed by hearth fire. Still walk muddy roads between market and home. Still tell stories of kings and battles that feel close enough to touch. But something has changed. History no longer feels endless. It feels directed. The long night of invasion, conquest, and civil war has given way to a pale morning. The nation that once learned to survive now begins to imagine. Not merely how to endure, but how to become. And in that quiet turning, medieval England prepares to step beyond itself, into an age where the world will grow vast, and voices will travel farther than any army ever could. In the villages of England, dawn still arrives as it always has. Mist settles over hedgerows, roosters cry into pale light, smoke rises from low chimneys. The rhythm of life remains medieval, slow, circular, bound to seasons older than memory. Yet beyond these quiet fields, time is changing its pace. Merchants speak of ports far beyond the horizon. Sailors return with maps drawn in unfamiliar shapes. Scholars whisper of forgotten worlds rediscovered in ancient texts. The printing press hums in London, turning thought into permanence. For centuries, knowledge has moved at the speed of footsteps. Now it begins to move at the speed of ink. A book no longer belongs to one monastery. A sermon no longer dies in one church. An idea no longer fades with the speaker's breath. It travels. The old medieval certainty, that truth is fixed, that hierarchy is eternal, that the world is complete, begins to soften. Questions form quietly. Why must power belong only to birth? Why must belief be singular? Why must the world end at the edge of the map? These are not yet revolutions, they are murmurs. But history is shaped by murmurs. Henry VII senses this shifting current. He strengthens institutions. He gathers wealth not for war, but for resilience. He binds nobles with law rather than blade. He teaches the crown to survive without spectacle. England becomes inwardly strong. Where once kings needed constant battle to assert authority, now they rely on courts, councils, and custom. The realm's heartbeat moves from battlefield to chamber. The medieval world, built upon oaths sworn by sword and blood, gives way to a world shaped by record and reason. Yet the past does not vanish. Castles still guard hills. Cathedrals still command sky. Legends still live in song. Children grow hearing of Hastings, of Agincourt, of kings who fell beneath banners. The stories remain, but they now feel like stories, not present dangers. History begins to feel distant, and in that distance, England takes its first breath as something new, not yet modern, not yet free, but no longer bound entirely by the long night that began when Rome departed. The medieval age does not end in fire, it fades, like a candle burning low in a quiet room, leaving behind warmth and memory, and the promise that dawn, once imagined, has finally begun to arrive. The medieval age does not end with a single moment. There is no bell that rings to announce its passing. No final battle where the old world falls and the new one rises in triumph. Instead, it lingers. It breathes softly through stone walls and timber beams. It lives in habits, in prayers, in the slow pace of rural life. In villages, people still measure time by saints' days and harvest moons. In churches, candles still flicker beneath arches raised by hands long turned to dust. In halls, old songs still speak of heroes who lived and died before memory learned to write itself down. The past is not gone, it is layered. England now exists in two rhythms at once. One belongs to the medieval world, circular, patient, bound to land and lord. The other moves forward, linear, restless, shaped by trade, print, and possibility. A farmer may still bow to his local squire, yet hear rumors of ships sailing beyond known seas. A monk may still copy scripture, yet read printed pages that arrived from distant cities in days, not years. A noble may still wear armor, yet govern through councils and written law. The world feels wider, and with that widening comes unease. For centuries, meaning has flowed from tradition, from God, from king, from custom. Now, questions gather like clouds. What lies beyond the edge of maps? What truths were lost when Rome fell? What power lies in words that cannot be erased? The medieval mind, shaped by certainty, begins to stretch. England, once isolated by sea, now feels connected to currents far beyond its shores. Ships return from Iberia with spices and stories. Italian merchants speak of banks and numbers that can build empires without swords. Scholars whisper of ancient Greece, of forgotten sciences, of a world that once thought differently. The past becomes something to be studied, not merely inherited. This is a profound shift. For in the medieval world, truth descended. In the coming world, truth will be sought. Henry VII governs at this threshold. He does not fully belong to either age. He is not a warrior king in chainmail, nor a Renaissance prince in silk. He is a bridge, quiet, deliberate, transitional. Under his reign, England does not blaze with brilliance, it stabilizes. And in stability, change takes root. Children grow in homes where printed words are no longer miracles. Merchants plan beyond borders. Courts refine law not as command, but as system. The long medieval night, born when Rome withdrew, shaped by fire and faith, hardened by conquest and plague, slowly recedes. What remains is not loss, it is foundation, the cathedrals, the laws, the parliaments, the memory of resistance and renewal. All of it becomes the soil from which the next age will rise. England stands at the edge of dawn, not knowing what the light will reveal, only that it is coming. Night settles gently over the island. Across England, candles glow in cottage windows. Wind moves through hedgerows and across open fields where generations have walked the same paths. The land remembers everything: Roman stone beneath soil, Saxon halls beneath towns, Norman walls beneath streets. Each layer still breathes. The medieval world does not vanish. It becomes memory. A farmer rests after harvest, just as his ancestors did 1,000 years before. A bell tolls from a church whose foundations were laid by hands long forgotten. A traveler pauses at a bridge built when kings still ruled by sword. Every step moves across centuries. Yet the meaning of these things is changing. Once a castle was safety. Now it is history. Once a manuscript was treasure. Now words multiply. Once a king's command was fate. Now it is debated. England has learned to remember. It carries the echo of Roman order, the fire of Saxon halls, the discipline of Norman rule, the conscience of common law, the voice of parliament, the scars of civil war, the hush after plague, the weight of crowns both won and lost. All of it remains. The medieval age has taught the island how to endure, how to bend without breaking, how to rebuild after fire, how to carry faith through darkness, how to shape power so it outlives the hand that holds it. What lies ahead will be different. Maps will stretch. Voices will multiply. Truth will be questioned. Oceans will open. But none of it would be possible without the centuries that came before, without monks copying by candlelight, without warriors standing behind shields, without kings who learned restraint, without people who endured famine, war, and change. The medieval world has given England its bones. And now, as the night deepens and history grows quiet, those bones settle into place. The long journey from Rome's departure to Tudor dawn is complete. The island no longer waits for invasion. It no longer fears forgetting itself. It stands, layered, scarred, resilient. A nation formed not in a single moment, but across 1,000 years of becoming. The past rests, the future breathes, and time, ever patient, carries England forward into the light. Beyond the cliffs of England, the sea has always whispered of elsewhere. For centuries, it was a boundary, a gray wall of uncertainty that separated the known from the imagined. Ships hugged coasts. Sailors feared what lay beyond familiar stars. The medieval world believed itself complete, framed by scripture and tradition. But now the horizon is changing. Maps are redrawn, compasses steady trembling hands. Stories arrive of lands that do not appear in any gospel or chronicle, shores warmed by unfamiliar suns, forests that seem endless, rivers wider than kingdoms. The world is no longer contained, and England feels it. Merchants return from ports speaking of Portugal and Spain, of ships that sail not along edges but across open seas. They speak of gold, of spices, of islands no one has named. They speak of men who believe the earth itself can be circled. For a medieval mind, this is unsettling. If the world is wider than Scripture imagined, what else might be? If the ocean does not end in darkness, what else has been misunderstood? Questions drift into taverns and cloisters. They move through courts and markets. They do not yet overthrow belief, but they loosen it. The island that once feared invasion now feels curiosity. England's ports grow busy. Hull, Bristol, London, each hums with the sound of ropes and voices. Ships are built not only for war but for reach. Timber becomes hull, canvas becomes possibility. Men who once dreamed only of land now dream of water. The medieval world, shaped by fields and walls, begins to tilt toward motion. And with motion comes change. For when people begin to move beyond what they know, they begin to ask who they are. An English sailor is no longer merely a subject of a king. He is a traveler, a witness, a carrier of stories. He returns with sights that cannot be explained by saints' tales. He brings back shells from unknown beaches, words from unknown tongues, rumors of civilizations untouched by Rome or Christ. The certainty that once defined medieval life softens. The island that spent centuries learning how to survive now begins to wonder what lies beyond survival. England does not yet step fully into the new age, but it leans toward it. And in that leaning, the medieval world, rooted in stone, faith, and tradition, feels its first true movement not from fire, not from conquest, but from curiosity. In monasteries and schools, the old texts are still read. Scripture, chronicle, commentary. For centuries, these words defined the boundaries of the world. They explained where humanity began, how time would end, and what lay between. They offered comfort through certainty. Now new books appear. They are not prayers, they are questions. Ancient Greek works, long forgotten in the West, return through translation. They speak of geometry and motion, of nature observed rather than assumed. They describe stars not as omens but as distant fires. They suggest that truth can be discovered by looking, measuring, thinking. This is unfamiliar. A medieval mind trusts authority. A new mind begins to test it. In quiet rooms, scholars compare texts. They notice contradictions. They whisper that perhaps knowledge grows rather than descends, that perhaps God's creation invites understanding, not only reverence. These thoughts are not rebellion, they are awakening. England absorbs them slowly, cautiously. The church still stands at the center of life. Bells still mark the day. Faith still shapes purpose. But beneath prayer, curiosity hums. Why does the body move as it does? Why do stars follow paths? Why does the world behave with such order? The idea emerges that creation is a system and systems can be studied. This does not yet threaten belief. It reframes it. God becomes architect. Nature becomes design. Study becomes devotion. The medieval world, which once accepted mystery as final, begins to treat mystery as invitation. In towns, this shift feels distant. People still rise with sun and rest with dusk. Fields still demand labor. Life remains bound to earth. But in courts and colleges, something stirs. The sons of nobles learn not only Latin, but logic. Clerks learn arithmetic that governs trade. Merchants track profit with numbers once reserved for monks. The shape of authority changes. Knowledge becomes power. and power begins to flow from more than birth. England stands between two ways of seeing. One looks backward to tradition, to lineage, to divine order unchanging. The other looks outward to discovery, to experiment, to a future that is not yet written. The medieval world does not collapse under this tension. It stretches. And in that stretch, it becomes something else. The old age fades not in fire or conquest, but in wonder. The world grows larger, and England, once content to endure, begins quietly to explore. England has always been shaped by the sea. It carried Romans to its shores. It delivered Saxon settlers. It bore Viking longships. It ferried Norman knights for centuries. The ocean meant arrival. Now it begins to mean departure. In coastal towns, shipyards expand. Hulls are shaped with new intention, not merely for fishing or war, but for distance, for endurance, for journeys that do not hug familiar shores. Sailors speak of currents and winds as if they are roads. Maps no longer end in monsters. They end in questions. What lies beyond the western horizon? For a medieval world long taught that creation was complete, this is unsettling. If land exists beyond the edges of known maps, then perhaps history itself is unfinished. England listens, not yet as a leader but as an observer. It watches Spain and Portugal send ships into unknown blue. It hears rumors of islands and coasts where no church bell has ever rung. It hears of people who do not know Rome, who do not speak Latin, who have never heard of Christ. The world, once imagined as a closed story, opens in taverns and halls. Wonder mingles with fear. Are these lands gifts? Are they temptations? Are they signs that prophecy was incomplete? The medieval instinct is to seek meaning in revelation. The emerging instinct is to seek it in experience. England stands between these ways of seeing. A merchant imagines new trade. A scholar imagines new knowledge. A priest imagines new souls. A king imagines new power. The sea becomes possibility, and with possibility comes restlessness. The island that once defined itself by survival begins to imagine expansion, not through conquest of neighbors, but through reach beyond borders. Yet England moves carefully. Its memory is long. It remembers what ambition can cost. It remembers wars that lasted lifetimes. It remembers crowns lost to pride, so it watches, it learns, it prepares. The medieval world still breathes in villages and cloisters, but along the coast, something new stirs, a rhythm of waves that no longer feel like boundaries. They feel like invitations. And in that invitation, England's future begins to turn away from inward endurance and toward outward discovery. The island is no longer only a place. It is becoming a starting point. Every age believes itself eternal. The Romans believed their roads would last forever. The Saxons believed fate would rule all things. The Normans believed stone would outlive memory. Medieval England believed that God had written the world in final form, yet time does not pause for belief. It moves quietly, relentlessly, patiently. The castles that once symbolized unbreakable power now feel like monuments. The monasteries that guarded all knowledge now share space with presses that multiply words. The kings who once ruled by divine right now govern through councils and law. Nothing has been destroyed. Everything has been transformed. The medieval world does not vanish in a single night. It thins, it softens, it becomes background. Its rituals remain, but their meaning changes. Its certainties persist, but they are no longer unchallenged. A peasant still kneels in prayer, yet hears of lands beyond the sea. A scholar still studies scripture, yet measures stars. A noble still swears loyalty, yet expects to be consulted. A king still wears a crown, yet must explain his will. England has crossed an invisible boundary. It is no longer a world defined solely by inheritance and faith. It is becoming a world shaped by inquiry and memory. The medieval age gave England endurance. It taught survival through fire, invasion, plague, and war. It forged institutions that outlived kings. It taught the island how to remain itself. Now, a different lesson begins: how to change. The long Middle Age, born in the silence after Rome, has carried England through 1,000 years of becoming. It has shaped fields and laws, cathedrals and crowns, villages and voices. And now, like twilight at the edge of dawn, it fades, not into nothing, into foundation. The stones remain. The stories remain. The echoes remain, but the direction changes. The island that once waited for history now steps toward it. The world is widening. Time is quickening. And England, shaped by centuries of survival, prepares to become something more than it has ever been. The medieval night has done its work. The morning waits. A new generation rises beneath a widening sky. The children of medieval England grow in a realm that no longer feels sealed. They inherit castles and customs, yes, but also questions. They live in a world where maps stretch, where books multiply, where voices travel faster than riders. The past still speaks to them, but it no longer commands. They know of Hastings and Agincourt. They know of saints and martyrs. They know of kings who fell and kings who reigned. Yet they also know that the world is larger than any chronicle ever promised. England now stands not merely as a survivor of history, but as a participant in its expansion. The island that once feared every sail now builds its own. The sea, once boundary, has become horizon. Power feels different. A king is no longer simply God's shadow on earth. He is steward of a system. He is voice within a network of councils, courts, and consent. A subject is no longer merely obedient. He is taxed. He is asked. He is counted. The medieval bond between ruler and ruled, sealed in oath and fate, has thinned into something more intricate. Authority now passes through ink, through law, through process. It can be questioned. It can be delayed. It can be shaped. This is unfamiliar. For 1,000 years, power descended. Now it circulates. England does not yet know what this will become. It only feels the shift. In markets, people speak more boldly. In courts, arguments grow more complex. In halls, rulers listen more carefully. The realm is awakening to itself, and with that awakening comes tension. For every tradition loosened creates uncertainty. For every boundary crossed invites resistance. For every new idea threatens an old certainty. The medieval world, once anchored in eternal order, now floats upon motion. Some cling to the old ways. Some rush toward the new. Most simply live, working fields, raising children, praying beneath stone roofs, unaware that they stand at the hinge of ages. History does not announce itself. It passes through ordinary days, through footsteps on roads laid by Romans, through bells rung in Norman towers, through words written in English once forbidden in courts. England is becoming conscious of time, not as endless cycle, but as journey. And in that realization, the island steps fully into a future that medieval minds could never have imagined, carrying with it every echo of the long night that made it. In earlier centuries, power in England was something you could see. It stood in stone on hilltops. It rode in armor beneath banners. It spoke in commands that required no answer. A king's will was fate. A lord's word was law. A peasant's life was obedience. The medieval world believed that authority flowed downward, from God to king to noble to field to furrow. Now that current bends. Power still wears a crown. It still lives in castles. It still commands armies, but it also hides in quieter places. It waits in council chambers where men debate rather than bow. It rests in parchments sealed by many hands. It lingers in courts where judgment follows precedent, not impulse. It moves through taxation, record, and consent. The king no longer rules alone in silence. He governs in conversation. Parliament meets not as rebellion but as expectation. Towns send voices, shires send representatives. What began as necessity during war becomes habit during peace. Habit becomes structure, structure becomes identity. England does not yet call this liberty, it does not yet imagine equality, but it senses a difference. A ruler who ignores counsel now risks resistance. A crown that forgets law now invites memory. A command without reason now feels incomplete. This is subtle. No banners rise, no trumpets sound, no chronicles declare a revolution. Yet something fundamental has shifted. The medieval bond where loyalty was sworn to a person is loosening into allegiance to something abstract, to a realm, to a law, to a shared story. People begin to think in new ways. A merchant speaks of the kingdom as if it were a living thing. A farmer hears of decisions made in distant halls and feels affected. A scholar writes not only of God's order but of England's. The nation becomes imagined, not merely inhabited. And imagination is power. For once a people can imagine themselves as a whole, they begin to ask what that whole should be. England stands on that threshold. The medieval world taught it how to endure. The coming world will teach it how to define itself. Between those ages lies this moment, quiet, unnoticed, where power ceases to be only inherited and begins slowly to be shared. The crown still gleams. But now, beneath its weight, the realm begins to speak. For centuries, the people of this island were many things. They were Britons beneath Roman roads. They were Saxons beneath wooden halls. They were Danes along riverbanks. They were Normans behind stone walls. They lived side by side, often unaware that they shared more than land. Now, something new begins to form. In markets, a farmer from Kent speaks with a trader from York. Their accents differ, but their words no longer feel foreign. In taverns, sailors from Bristol drink beside craftsmen from London. They argue about taxes, about wars, about the king. They speak as if these things belong to all of them. A quiet idea takes root. We are the same kind of people, not by blood, not by tribe, not by conquest, by experience. They have endured the same storms. They have paid the same levies. They have prayed beneath the same sky. They have watched the same crowns rise and fall. Language carries this unity. English, once pushed aside by French and Latin, returns to halls and courts. It becomes the tongue of law, of poetry, of common speech. It binds villages to cities. It turns memory into shared sound. A poet named Chaucer writes of pilgrims on a road to Canterbury. They are knights and millers, monks and merchants, each with a voice, each with a story. In his lines, England recognizes itself, not as a hierarchy but as a chorus. The medieval world had been shaped by order. The emerging world begins to be shaped by character. People are no longer merely subjects of lords. They are figures in a story that belongs to them. This does not erase inequality. It does not end hardship. It does not break the old chains, but it alters perspective. A man who thinks of himself as English carries more than obedience. He carries expectation, expectation of fairness, expectation of voice, expectation that the realm is not only a crown but a home. England, once defined by those who ruled it, begins to be defined by those who live within it. The medieval world taught people who they served. The coming world will teach them who they are. And in that shift, from service to identity, the island steps closer to becoming not merely a kingdom, but a nation. Every nation is built twice, first in stone and blood, then in memory and meaning. Medieval England was forged by invasion, by war, by survival across centuries. But only now does it begin to understand what it has become. Stories change. Once, chronicles spoke only of kings, of battles, of miracles. Now, stories widen. They speak of roads and travelers, of merchants and pilgrims, of ordinary lives moving through extraordinary times. History becomes something people recognize themselves within. A mason carving stone into a cathedral does not think of empire. A farmer guiding oxen across wet fields does not dream of conquest. A weaver bending over cloth does not imagine shaping destiny. Yet together they are England. The medieval world taught them to endure. The emerging world teaches them to remember. Memory becomes collective. People speak of our laws, our land, our troubles, our future. The realm is no longer only ruled, it is imagined, and what is imagined can be protected. This is why words begin to matter more, why petitions grow longer, why records grow thicker, why arguments fill chambers once ruled by silence. A nation that can name itself begins to question itself. What is just? What is fair? What is owed? These questions do not yet overturn crowns. They do not yet demand equality. They do not yet promise freedom, but they exist. And once a question exists, it cannot be unasked. The medieval age gave England walls. The coming age will give it mirrors. It will see itself, its strengths, its scars, its contradictions. The castles that once guarded against invaders now stand as reminders of who once ruled. The churches that once guarded souls now echo with voices seeking understanding. The laws that once enforced order now invite interpretation. England becomes aware of its own story, and in that awareness lies transformation, not sudden, not violent, but irreversible. The island that once learned only how to survive now begins to learn how to reflect. History is no longer something that happens to it. It is something it carries. The medieval world, with all its shadows and wonders, has done its work. It has given England bones, breath, and memory. And now, as time flows onward, those memories begin to speak, not as echoes of what was, but as foundations of what may be. For 1,000 years, faith has been England's constant. Empires fall. Kings rise and vanish. Languages change. Borders move. But the church remains. It baptizes infants. It buries the dead. It blesses fields and crowns. It tells people who they are before God. In medieval England, belief is not a choice. It is the air. Every village centers itself around a church. Every life is measured by sacraments, birth, marriage, death. Saints watch from stone niches. Bells mark the passing of hours. Heaven and hell are not ideas, they are destinations. The church holds memory. It remembers Rome. It remembers saints. It remembers eternity. For centuries, no rival stands beside it. Yet now, the same forces that widened maps and multiplied books begin to touch belief itself. Printed pages carry scripture beyond monasteries. Scholars compare ancient texts. Questions arise in whispered rooms. Why do traditions differ from the earliest words? Why does authority flow through so many hands? Why does salvation feel distant, costly, mediated? These are not yet revolts. They are murmurs. But murmurs grow. A merchant who reads scripture begins to wonder why he must pay for grace. A scholar who studies Greek begins to notice differences in translation. A priest who sees corruption begins to question silence. The medieval world had trusted that truth descended intact from heaven. The emerging world begins to wonder if truth might be recovered. Faith does not vanish, it deepens. It becomes personal. And that shift is profound, for when belief moves inward, it no longer belongs solely to institution. It belongs to conscience. England does not yet feel rupture. It feels tension. The old rhythms remain: mass, pilgrimage, confession. But beneath them, awareness stirs. The idea that faith might be understood directly, without endless layers of authority, begins to glow like a candle in shadow. The church that once stood unchallenged now stands watched. Not with hostility, with attention. And in attention lies change. The medieval world believed that heaven spoke through hierarchy. The coming world will ask whether heaven speaks to the soul. England stands at the edge of this question, and history, as always, listens. At first, the change is almost invisible. A scholar pauses longer over a line of scripture. A monk copies a text and hesitates at a familiar phrase. A merchant returns from the continent carrying a small printed book instead of silk. These moments pass quietly. No banners rise. No bells ring. No doors are broken. Yet across Europe, voices begin to stir. In Germany, a monk pins questions to a church door. In Switzerland, preachers speak of faith without intermediaries. In universities, debates spill from classrooms into streets. England watches. It has learned caution. Its memory is long of wars born from ambition, of rebellions born from certainty. It does not rush toward upheaval. It listens. It absorbs. It waits. But ideas travel faster than armies. They slip across borders in books. They ride in ships. They pass from hand to hand in candle-lit rooms. A young English scholar reads a forbidden page and feels something shift. Not anger, not defiance, recognition. A sense that truth might be closer than he was taught. He does not yet rebel, he thinks, and thought spreads. The medieval world taught that faith is received. The emerging world begins to suggest that faith is discovered. This does not break devotion. It reshapes it. People still kneel. They still pray. They still believe, but some begin to ask, why must God's voice pass through so many walls? Why must forgiveness feel like transaction? Why must salvation be distant? The church remains vast. Its rituals remain beautiful. Its cathedrals still rise like stone prayers. Yet within those walls, hearts begin to stir, not against God, toward Him. The medieval order, built upon obedience and mystery, begins to share space with conscience and inquiry. England stands quietly at this threshold. It does not yet know that storms are coming. It only knows that something within belief is moving. A whisper has become a wind. And once a wind begins, it does not ask permission to pass through walls. For centuries, crown and church have stood side by side in England. One rules the body. The other rules the soul. Together they shape life from cradle to grave. Kings kneel before altars. Bishops bless banners. Power and faith are woven so tightly that to question one feels like betraying both. Yet the world is changing. A king now governs through law and counsel. A nation now thinks of itself as a whole. Books now travel beyond cloisters. And conscience, once guided entirely by ritual, begins to awaken. This places the crown in an unfamiliar position. For if belief becomes personal, it can no longer be commanded. If scripture becomes readable, it can no longer be hidden. If faith moves inward, it no longer belongs only to institution. A ruler who once relied upon the church for unity now faces a paradox. Faith unites, but it can also divide. England has learned how dangerous division can be. It remembers civil war. It remembers crowns torn away. It knows how quickly certainty becomes blood, so the realm hesitates. Kings listen to scholars. Bishops argue with printers. Courts debate what should be allowed. The medieval instinct is preservation. The emerging instinct is adaptation. What does it mean to rule a people who begin to think for themselves about God? What does it mean to govern souls who no longer accept that truth descends untouched? The crown, once the shadow of heaven, begins to feel exposed. A king may command taxes. He may command armies. But can he command belief? England has not yet faced this question directly. It only senses its approach in quiet chambers. Advisors whisper. In universities, debates grow sharper. In churches, sermons hint at change. The realm feels a tightening beneath its skin, not rebellion, anticipation. The medieval world taught England how to obey. The coming world will ask it how to choose. And between obedience and choice lies a fragile space, where faith becomes personal, where power becomes uncertain, and where the future begins to press against the walls of the past. The change does not arrive as thunder. It arrives as a sentence read in silence, as a thought formed without permission, as a prayer spoken without formula. In cottages and colleges alike, Scripture begins to live outside stone walls. Words once heard only in Latin drift into common speech. Passages once filtered through ceremony are now read by candlelight, held in ordinary hands. Faith steps closer. A woman hears a psalm in her own tongue and feels its meaning settle in her chest. A student reads a gospel and senses that Christ speaks not only through priest and altar but directly to him. A craftsman pauses in work, wondering why grace must be purchased when it seems already given. These are not rebels, they are believers. Yet belief, once personal, cannot remain silent. Questions follow. Why must confession pass through so many doors? Why does forgiveness feel measured? Why does salvation seem distant from the heart? The medieval world answered with tradition. The emerging world begins to answer with conscience. England does not erupt, it reflects. The people of this island have learned caution through centuries of fire. They know how easily certainty becomes war. They do not rush toward rupture. They carry change inward first, letting it grow quietly. But quiet growth is still growth. A generation rises that thinks differently about God. A generation that feels faith as relationship rather than ritual. A generation that believes truth may be known, not only received. This does not destroy devotion. It deepens it. Churches still fill. Bells still ring. Candles still burn. Yet beneath the stone and ceremony, something new takes root. A sense that belief is not merely inherited, it is chosen. And once belief becomes choice, it becomes powerful, for a soul that chooses cannot be commanded. England stands on sacred ground it has never walked before. The medieval world taught people what to believe. The coming world will ask them why, and in that question lies transformation, not loud, not sudden, but enduring. For when faith gains a voice, history listens. England has crossed many thresholds, from Roman order to Saxon fire, from Norman conquest to common law, from feudal loyalty to shared identity, from inherited faith to awakening conscience. Each crossing reshaped the land. Now, another stands before it. The realm senses that belief is no longer only a structure, it is becoming a voice. For centuries, unity meant sameness. One church, one rhythm, one way to understand heaven. That unity gave England stability in dark times. It bound villages, crowned kings, comforted the dying. It carried people through plague and war, but stability born of silence is fragile. As Scripture enters homes, as questions circulate, as conscience awakens, unity begins to feel like tension. Not because people no longer believe, but because they believe more deeply. A farmer kneels in prayer and wonders if God hears him directly. A student reads a gospel and feels Christ speak without priest or altar. A noble listens to a sermon and senses that truth is not owned by stone. These thoughts do not yet divide, they accumulate. The medieval world was built on certainty. The emerging world is built on inquiry. England stands between them. The crown feels it, for a ruler can govern land. He can command armies. He can levy tax. But belief now moves beyond reach. A king who once relied on the church for unity now faces a people whose faith grows inward. The old balance, crown and altar standing together, begins to tilt. Advisors whisper, if belief fractures, so may loyalty. If Scripture becomes personal, so may authority. If conscience awakens, obedience may change. Yet England does not rush. It has learned patience from centuries of survival. It has learned caution from wars born of certainty. It has learned that change is most dangerous when forced, so it waits. In courts, debates lengthen. In universities, ideas sharpen. In churches, sermons tread carefully. The realm holds its breath, not in fear, in anticipation. For it senses that the next transformation will not come from swords or ships. It will come from the heart. And a nation shaped by 1,000 years of endurance now prepares to face a change that no wall can contain. The change that begins when people learn to think for themselves about God. On the surface, England appears unchanged. Church bells still toll across fields and towns. Pilgrims still walk ancient roads. Candles still burn beneath arches raised by medieval hands. Kings still kneel before altars. Life continues in rhythms older than memory. Yet beneath this calm, something presses outward. The medieval world taught people to accept. The emerging world teaches them to consider. A craftsman hears a sermon and reflects instead of merely bowing. A student copies scripture and wonders why words differ. A priest feels a tremor when he speaks of grace, sensing that some now listen with questions rather than awe. No one shouts. No banners rise. But silence grows heavy. The church, once unchallenged, begins to feel watched, not with hostility but with awareness. The crown, once confident in sacred partnership, begins to sense distance. Faith still binds the realm, yet its form is shifting. Unity once meant sameness. Now it begins to mean agreement, and agreement requires conversation. England's people have learned this lesson in governance. They learned it in parliaments, in courts, in councils. They learned that a kingdom survives when voices are heard. Now, the same instinct turns inward, toward belief. Why should faith be the only realm where voice is forbidden? This thought is not yet rebellion, it is coherence. A nation that has learned to question power begins, naturally, to question interpretation. The medieval order responds with caution. Tradition speaks of danger. Clerics warn of chaos. Memory recalls wars born of certainty. England hesitates between fear and possibility. For it knows what division can do. It remembers fields turned red. It remembers crowns falling, yet it also knows what silence costs: stagnation, corruption, distance between truth and life. So the realm balances. It allows discussion but not fracture. It tolerates inquiry but not defiance. It listens but does not yet answer. This tension becomes the atmosphere of the age, not storm, pressure. The medieval world had been built on harmony between heaven and earth. The coming world will ask whether that harmony can survive when every soul begins to listen for itself. England stands in this quiet strain, aware that something must eventually give, and history, patient as ever, waits for the moment when thought becomes action. Every transformation begins with a moment that seems small, not a battle, not a decree, not a crown placed upon a head, a thought. England has learned to live with questions. It learned them in governance, when kings were asked to explain. It learned them in law when custom met precedent. It learned them in identity when people asked who they were. Now, that habit turns toward heaven. What if God speaks beyond walls? What if grace is not a transaction? What if truth is not only inherited? These questions do not reject faith, they seek it. And seeking is powerful. The medieval world taught that meaning descends from above, complete and final. The emerging world begins to believe that meaning can be approached, understood, deepened. A man who believes this does not cease to kneel. He kneels differently, he listens. England begins to fill with listeners. They hear sermons not only as commands but as invitations. They read scripture not only as doctrine but as dialogue. They pray not only through form but through feeling. The church still stands. Its rituals remain. Its beauty endures, but the center of gravity begins to move from institution toward inner life. This shift is invisible to armies. It cannot be taxed. It cannot be fortified against. Yet it reshapes everything. For a soul that believes it can hear God will not forever accept silence. The crown senses this. A king may command outward obedience, but inward belief lies beyond reach. A realm that has learned to govern itself cannot remain passive in the deepest matters of meaning. England does not yet revolt. It prepares. In universities, debates sharpen. In courts, advisors weigh consequences. In parishes, priests choose words carefully. The medieval world once offered certainty. Now, certainty feels incomplete. And in that incompleteness lies motion. For once a question is born in a nation's heart, it does not fade, it waits. It gathers strength. It becomes history. England has learned to recognize the feeling. It has felt it before Vikings crossed the sea, before Normans gathered ships, before crowns were challenged, before wars began without warning. It is the feeling of stillness that is not peace, a quiet that holds pressure. Fields remain green. Markets remain busy. Churches remain full. On the surface, nothing appears broken. Life flows in familiar rhythms. Bells still divide day from night. Seasons still turn as they always have. Yet beneath this order something waits, not an army, not a rebellion, not a decree, a shift in how people see. The medieval world taught England to live within structures that felt eternal. God above, king beneath, people below. Each role fixed, each place ordained. It offered comfort through order. But centuries of endurance have taught another lesson, that nothing is eternal. Empires fade. Languages change. Crowns fall. Certainty bends. Now even belief feels movement. A mother teaches her child a prayer and wonders if God hears them directly. A student reads scripture and feels meaning rise without permission. A priest senses that authority must now persuade, not simply pronounce. These moments pass quietly, but together they form a tide. England does not yet know where it leads, only that it is moving. The realm has become something rare in history, a people capable of memory. It remembers Rome and Saxon fire. It remembers conquest and plague. It remembers kings lost and laws gained. It knows that change does not always arrive in thunder. Sometimes it comes in breath, in thought, in the slow turning of hearts. The medieval age taught England how to survive the world. The coming age will teach it how to reshape itself. And between those ages lies this moment, a long pause, a held breath, a nation standing quietly on the edge of transformation, unaware that what waits beyond will alter not only crowns and churches, but the meaning of belief itself. Every age has a moment when private tension becomes public fate. For England, that moment approaches not with invasion but with inheritance. A new king rises, young, charismatic, restless. He is educated in the old faith, crowned beneath ancient ritual, surrounded by bishops whose lineage stretches back to Rome itself. Yet he is also a child of the widening world. He reads widely. He listens to scholars. He knows that beyond the walls of his realm, ideas are shifting. At first, nothing seems unusual. Churches remain full. Processions still wind through streets. Altars still glow beneath candlelight. But beneath this continuity, pressure grows. The king is expected to rule not only land but destiny. He is expected to secure lineage, to preserve order, to ensure that England's future remains unbroken. Yet the crown rests upon a fragile truth. A dynasty depends on a single life. Without an heir, even the strongest throne becomes uncertain. England has learned what uncertainty can do. It remembers civil war. It remembers crowns torn away. It remembers generations lost. So when whispers of succession arise, they carry more than gossip. They carry fear. The king listens not yet to rebellion, not yet to doctrine, but to necessity. What happens when personal need meets ancient authority? The medieval world taught that God speaks through structure. The emerging world begins to ask whether God speaks through circumstance. A man who is king cannot escape being human. He loves. He fears. He desires continuity. And in that desire, the private life of a ruler becomes the destiny of a nation. The storm that England has felt in its heart now finds a voice in its crown, not as revolution, as dilemma. For what happens when conscience, ambition, and tradition stand in one man's path? History does not answer in advance. It waits for choice. And England, once again, holds its breath. A crown is more than gold and velvet. It is promise. It promises that tomorrow will resemble today, that children will inherit what fathers built, that the realm will not fracture when one life ends. For centuries, England has learned how fragile this promise can be. It has watched brothers fight brothers. It has seen kings fall without heirs. It has walked through fields where uncertainty became war. The young king knows these stories. They are not distant legends. They are warnings. Every counsel reminds him that stability depends upon succession. Every whisper in court carries the same message. A kingdom without an heir is a kingdom inviting chaos. Yet fate has not been kind. Years pass. Hope rises. Hope fades. The marriage meant to secure the future produces no living son. The court grows anxious. Nobles begin to calculate. Foreign powers begin to watch. The old medieval fear of lineage breaking returns. The king does what kings have always done. He seeks permission. He turns to the authority that has shaped England for 1,000 years. He appeals to tradition. He asks whether the bond that binds him may be loosened. He believes that reason, lineage, and necessity will speak in his favor, but the answer does not come as he expects. Rome hesitates. The ancient center of faith, once distant and unquestioned, now feels strangely foreign. Its concerns are entangled with politics beyond England's shores. Its pace is slow. Its authority absolute. For the first time, the crown feels constrained not by domestic law, but by an external will. This is new. England has grown accustomed to shaping itself. It has learned to consult, to debate, to adjust. It has learned that authority can be balanced. Now it faces a limit that cannot be argued in court. A man who governs a realm finds that he cannot govern his own future. The medieval order had taught that heaven speaks through hierarchy. The emerging world has begun to feel that destiny may require decision. The king stands between these worlds. To obey is to risk instability. To resist is to fracture tradition. Both paths carry danger. And in that tension, something irreversible begins, for when a crown questions an altar and when necessity confronts eternity, history prepares to turn. Not through doctrine, through choice. For centuries, England had accepted that some powers lay beyond its reach. Rome was distant, sacred, unquestioned. Popes rose and fell in lands far across the sea, yet their words shaped English souls. Kings bowed, bishops obeyed. The chain of authority stretched from village altar to distant throne, unbroken. But the island has changed. England now governs itself through law, counsel, and memory. It no longer sees power as something that descends untouched. It understands structure. It understands balance. It understands that authority can be shaped. So when the answer from Rome delays, when it hesitates, entangles, and refuses to bend, the king does not feel only disappointment. He feels constraint. A realm that has learned to choose now feels bound. The question is no longer only about marriage. It is about sovereignty. Can a king who governs millions not decide the fate of his own house? Can a nation that has learned to rule itself remain dependent in its deepest matter? Can England shape its future if its conscience belongs elsewhere? These thoughts are dangerous, not because they deny God, but because they reimagine where God's voice is heard. Advisors speak carefully. Scholars weigh ancient precedent. Lawyers search scripture for pathways. The court becomes a place of argument, not merely obedience. The medieval world would have ended the question with submission. The emerging world keeps asking, England has reached a point where tradition alone no longer satisfies necessity. The realm that once endured invasion now faces a subtler challenge, the boundary between faith and independence. The king is not yet a reformer. He is a man seeking solution, but history rarely cares about intention. It measures consequence, and the consequence of questioning ancient authority is motion. For once a nation wonders whether it may govern itself even in matters of belief, it cannot return to silence. The wall has been touched, and walls once touched are never again invisible. Once a boundary is questioned, it begins to thin. England does not erupt in defiance. It does not tear down altars. It does not abandon faith. It thinks. The king's dilemma becomes the realm's reflection. What begins as personal necessity spreads outward as possibility. If authority may be negotiated here, where else might it be reconsidered? If Rome's word is not final in this matter, what of others? These are not shouted. They are carried in conversation, in chambers, in universities. In the quiet margins of books, lawyers examine ancient statutes. Scholars revisit forgotten councils. Clerics debate Scripture's earliest voice. The medieval world had trusted that truth was fixed. The emerging world begins to treat truth as something that can be approached from different directions. England's history has prepared it for this moment. It remembers kings bound by law. It remembers barons demanding counsel. It remembers parliaments shaping power. Now, that memory flows into faith. The realm does not yet say, "We will choose." It says, "We must consider," and consideration is movement. The crown, once merely crowned by heaven, begins to feel like steward of conscience. The church, once unquestioned, begins to feel human. This is not loss of belief. It is transformation of authority. A door has been opened not by hammer, but by hesitation. Behind it lies a future where faith and nation will no longer be neatly entwined, where allegiance may divide between altar and crown, where souls may listen inward before outward. England does not yet step through, but it stands in the doorway. And history knows that no nation lingers forever at such thresholds. For once a people realize that boundaries can be questioned, they begin to imagine what lies beyond them. The medieval world had taught England how to endure. Now the island begins to learn something far more dangerous, how to decide. England does not break with a shout. It turns slowly, carefully, with the weight of 1,000 years pressing on every decision. The king, still seeking resolution, no longer looks only across the sea. He begins to look inward, toward his own realm, his own laws, his own scholars. What once felt unthinkable now feels possible. If authority cannot be granted from afar, perhaps it can be shaped at home. This is not yet rebellion against Rome. It is an act of survival. The medieval world had taught that legitimacy flows downward from heaven through ancient hands. But England has learned that legitimacy can also rise from people, from law, from memory. The realm that once accepted fate has learned to govern itself, and now that instinct turns toward faith. Lawyers argue that kings of England have always guarded the church within their realm. Scholars unearth precedents buried beneath centuries of obedience. Clerics speak of early councils where kings and bishops stood side by side, shaping belief together. History becomes a tool. The past is no longer only revered, it is consulted. England begins to imagine a church that belongs to the island itself, not as heresy but as heritage. A faith rooted in familiar soil. A belief that answers to crown and conscience alike. The idea feels dangerous, and yet it feels inevitable. For a nation that has learned to shape its laws, its kings, its identity cannot forever accept that its soul lies beyond its reach. The medieval bond between altar and Rome begins to stretch, not snap, stretch. And in that tension, England discovers that faith, like power, may be organized differently without being destroyed. The crown does not yet claim supremacy. It experiments. It listens. It prepares. For history has taught this island that great transformations rarely begin with thunder. They begin with quiet reimagining. And once a nation begins to imagine itself as guardian of its own belief, the world it inhabits can never be quite the same again. When change approaches, nations often turn backward. They search memory for permission. England begins to do the same. In dusty chambers and candlelit libraries, scholars unfold scrolls that have not been touched for generations. They read of early councils where kings stood beside bishops. They discover moments when England governed its own spiritual life before Rome's authority felt absolute. These discoveries do not deny faith. They reframe it. If the island once shaped belief within its own borders, perhaps it may do so again. If the past contains variety, then the present is not bound to a single path. History becomes argument. Lawyers cite forgotten statutes. Clerics recall ancient practices. Courtiers speak of sovereignty not only in land, but in conscience. The medieval world had treated the past as sacred. The emerging world begins to treat it as resource. England's long memory, once a chain of obedience, becomes a well of possibility. This is subtle. No church doors are broken. No icons are torn down. No prayers cease. Life continues. Fields are plowed. Markets open. Bells ring, yet beneath these rhythms thought gathers. What does it mean for a king to rule? What does it mean for a nation to believe? Where does authority truly reside? These questions are not born from arrogance. They are born from experience. England has endured invasion, plague, civil war, and dynastic collapse. It has learned that survival depends on adaptation, that institutions must evolve or fracture, that stability is built, not granted. Now that lesson touches faith. The medieval world believed that truth was received whole. The emerging world believes that truth may be preserved even as structure changes. A church can remain holy even if its governance shifts. A faith can remain pure even if its hierarchy changes. This is the thought that settles in the realm's heart, not rejection, reimagining. And once reimagining begins, no authority remains beyond question. For England has learned across centuries that power, whether crowned or sacred, endures only when it listens. The island stands again at a familiar edge, between obedience and self-determination, between inheritance and choice, between the world it has been and the world it is becoming. History, ever patient, waits for the next step. There comes a moment in every long transformation when thought becomes motion. England reaches it quietly. What began as hesitation becomes resolve. What once felt dangerous begins to feel necessary. The crown, guided by counsel and precedent, no longer waits for permission that may never arrive. It speaks not in defiance of God, not in rejection of faith, but in the language England has learned across centuries. Law, declarations are written. Statutes are sealed. Parliament is summoned. The realm does what it has always done when faced with uncertainty. It organizes. The king is named guardian of the church within his borders. Authority that once flowed across seas now settles on English soil. Bishops swear loyalty not only to heaven, but to crown. The island claims responsibility for its own spiritual order. This is not an abandonment of belief. It is a rerouting of it. England does not say, we no longer believe. It says, we will govern belief here. The medieval bond to Rome, woven over 1,000 years, loosens, not in rage but in law. There are no bonfires in streets, no mobs in cathedrals. The change moves through ink, through seals, through chambers where words have replaced swords. A nation that learned to survive through structure now reshapes its soul through structure. The people feel the shift not in sermons, but in authority. Priests answer differently. Bishops look inward. Courts speak of new boundaries. The old world does not vanish, churches remain. Prayers continue. Faith endures, but the center of gravity moves. For the first time since Augustine set foot on English soil, the island governs its own spiritual life. It is a moment born not of fury, but of memory. England remembers how to endure. It remembers how to adapt. It remembers that institutions exist to serve life, not imprison it. This act does not end uncertainty. It begins it. For when a nation takes responsibility for its own belief, it steps into territory no ancestor can fully guide. The medieval world taught England how to obey. The emerging world teaches it how to decide. And in that decision, the island crosses a threshold more profound than any battlefield, the threshold where faith, once inherited, becomes chosen within a nation's own voice. When the decision is made, the world does not end. No sky darkens. No earth trembles. No angel descends in flame. Morning comes as it always has. Mist rises from fields. Carts roll through towns. Bells ring above rooftops. Yet something irreversible has occurred. The island has spoken in its own name. For generations, England believed that its soul was guided from afar, that heaven's order passed through distant hands, that faith, like empire, descended from somewhere else. Now that chain has changed, not broken, reoriented. The people feel it not in doctrine but in atmosphere. A priest hesitates before a familiar phrase. A bishop weighs his words more carefully. A villager senses that authority now lives closer than before. Faith remains. Worship continues. The sacred still fills stone halls. But certainty has shifted. The medieval world was shaped by inheritance, of land, of crown, of belief. The emerging world begins to be shaped by responsibility. England has taken responsibility for its own conscience. This does not make the realm free of doubt. It deepens it. For when belief is chosen, it must be lived. When authority is claimed, it must be carried. A nation that governs its own soul must now face questions without distant answers. What is true? What is just? What is holy? These questions will no longer be settled by a single voice beyond the sea. They will echo within England itself, in parishes, in councils, in hearts. The medieval age had offered a world where meaning flowed downward, complete and unquestioned. The new age offers something far more demanding, a world where meaning must be tended. England stands in the quiet after the bell, not triumphant, not ruined, awake. It has crossed a boundary no army could have breached. It has claimed the right to define how heaven meets earth within its own borders. And history knows what follows when a people learn to speak for their own souls. The future opens, not in certainty, in possibility. The morning after transformation always feels ordinary. Bread still bakes. Horses still breathe steam into cold air. Market bells still summon voices. Yet beneath this familiarity, England has entered a world it has never known before. A world where belief is not only inherited, a world where authority is not only given, a world where conscience belongs in part to the individual. For centuries, life followed fixed paths. You were born into faith. You obeyed without question. You trusted that heaven's order was complete. Now, something subtle changes. A man listens to a sermon and considers its meaning rather than merely its sound. A woman teaches her child to pray and wonders what words truly reach God. A priest feels the weight of persuasion rather than command. Choice enters the sacred, not loudly, not violently, but persistently. The medieval world had been built upon certainty. The emerging world must learn to live with tension. What if neighbors believe differently? What if Scripture speaks in more than one voice? What if devotion takes unfamiliar forms? These questions are unsettling. England has known division before, bloody, devastating, unforgettable. It remembers what happens when identity fractures. It fears repeating that pain, so it proceeds carefully. Councils debate, sermons soften, laws seek balance. The realm does not yet know how to hold variety without chaos. It must learn, and learning is rarely gentle. For when people begin to choose what they believe, belief becomes part of who they are. It moves from ritual into identity. It becomes something worth defending. Faith, once a shared landscape, begins to feel personal territory. This does not destroy unity, it complicates it. England, shaped by centuries of endurance, now faces a new trial, not of survival but of coexistence. How does a nation remain whole when souls differ? The medieval world never had to answer this. The new world must. And in that question lies the next chapter of England's becoming. Freedom arrives without ceremony. It does not trumpet itself. It does not promise comfort. It simply exists. England now lives in a world where belief may differ from neighbor to neighbor, from parish to parish, from heart to heart. The island that once shared a single spiritual rhythm begins to hear overlapping melodies. Some cling to the old ways. Some embrace the new. Most hover between, uncertain what is lost and what is gained. The medieval world offered clarity. You knew where you stood. You knew what was expected. You knew which words were safe. The emerging world offers possibility, and possibility is heavy. A man who once bowed without question now wonders what he truly believes. A woman who once trusted ritual now weighs its meaning. A child grows in a world where answers are no longer identical in every home. This is not chaos, it is complexity. Yet complexity strains unity. Rumors spread. Whispers gather. Suspicions form. Is this change holy? Is it dangerous? Is it betrayal or renewal? England's memory of conflict makes it cautious. It remembers how difference once turned to war. It fears that belief, once divided, may tear the realm as swords once did, so the crown seeks order. Laws define worship. Councils regulate speech. Boundaries are drawn in hopes of peace. But belief is not easily fenced. It moves through stories, through song, through conscience. A nation that has learned to choose must now learn restraint, for freedom without care becomes fracture. And unity without freedom becomes silence. England stands between these truths. The medieval world had given it endurance. The new world demands wisdom. How does a people remain one while thinking differently? There is no ancient script for this, only experience. And experience, as England has learned across centuries, is a teacher that never speaks gently. The gift of choice is real, so is its cost. And in that tension, the island begins to understand that history's next battles will not be fought only on fields, but within minds and hearts. At first, belief differs only in tone. One parish sings more simply. Another clings to ancient ritual. One preacher speaks of grace as gift. Another speaks of obedience as path. These variations seem small, but over time they harden. A family begins to define itself by how it worships. A town becomes known for its sermons. A region gathers a reputation. Difference, once quiet, becomes visible, and visibility gives it weight. A man no longer says only, "I am English." He begins to say, "I am this kind of believer." Faith, once shared ground, becomes personal banner. This is new. The medieval world had offered identity through place and lord. You were born into meaning. You belonged before you understood. Now, belonging is shaped by conviction. What you believe begins to define who you are. This gives strength, it gives courage, it gives purpose. But it also draws lines. Neighbors who once knelt together now hesitate. Friends listen for difference in familiar prayers. Communities feel the faint pull of division. England does not erupt, it tightens. The crown seeks to preserve unity by defining boundaries. It names what is permitted, what is dangerous, what must be corrected. It believes order can still be shaped from above, yet belief moves faster than decree. A thought crosses a mind before a law can reach it. A word travels from mouth to mouth before ink can restrain it. A question forms in silence where no authority stands. The realm has entered an age where power over land no longer guarantees power over thought. This unsettles every structure built by the medieval world. For centuries, unity meant sameness. Now unity must survive difference. England stands in a space history has rarely prepared any nation for. It must become something it has never been, a people who share a country without sharing every certainty. The medieval age taught the island how to endure storms from outside. The new age demands endurance within. And that is a far more delicate trial. Every difference carries a future. At first, it is only a variation in prayer. A pause where once there was rhythm. A word changed. A gesture omitted. But difference, once named, begins to gather meaning. A man is no longer merely devout. He is this kind of devout. A woman is no longer simply faithful. She is not like them. A town is no longer just a place. It becomes a sign. Belief, which once united without question, now becomes a marker, and markers divide. England does not collapse beneath this change. It absorbs it. It tries to regulate it. The crown issues guidance. Bishops speak of order. Councils seek harmony. The realm hopes that if belief can be named, it can be contained. Yet belief is not a field. It does not obey borders. It moves through memory, through longing, through fear and hope. A man who believes differently does not feel disloyal. He feels honest, and honesty, once awakened, does not easily return to silence. The medieval world had rested on shared certainty. The new world must live with contested truth. This changes how people see one another. Agreement once felt natural. Now it feels intentional. Disagreement once felt impossible. Now it feels inevitable. England's long history of survival has prepared it for invasion, for famine, for war. But it has not prepared it for the slow work of living alongside difference. Swords resolve conflict quickly. Ideas do not. They linger, they echo, they reshape generations. The island begins to understand that its future will not be shaped only by kings and laws, but by how its people learn to live with disagreement. This is a quiet turning. No battle marks it. No treaty names it. Yet it is as profound as any conquest. For when belief becomes identity, and identity becomes personal, a nation must choose whether it will be bound by fear or held together by restraint. The medieval age taught England how to survive what comes from outside. The coming age will ask whether it can survive what grows within. Every great structure reveals its weakness at the seams. England's unity, forged through centuries of invasion, plague, and crown, now feels a new kind of strain, not from armies or famine, but from conviction. What once lay beneath words now rises into speech. What once remained private begins to shape public life. The change is not violent, it is deliberate. A preacher refuses an old form. A congregation questions a ritual. A family chooses a different way to pray. These acts are small, yet history is built from small acts repeated. The medieval world was carved in stone, cathedrals, castles, walls that define belonging. The emerging world is carved in thought, and thought leaves no visible boundary until people begin to gather around it. England's towns become mirrors. One parish rings bells differently. Another removes images. A third clings fiercely to tradition. Travelers notice. Stories spread. Difference becomes geography. A man walking from village to village no longer hears the same faith spoken in the same voice. He begins to sense that England contains many Englands, each believing itself faithful, each convinced of its truth. This unsettles an island shaped by sameness. For centuries, unity meant worshiping alike. Now unity must survive divergence. The crown, still shaped by medieval instinct, seeks order. It believes harmony can be restored through decree, that boundaries can be drawn around belief as they are around land. But belief does not obey maps. It moves with memory, with fear, with hope. A law may command a gesture. It cannot command conviction. The realm begins to feel a subtle divide between outward obedience and inward truth. A man may bow in church while believing differently in his heart. A woman may whisper prayers that no authority hears. This is new. The medieval world had fused outward act and inward belief. Now they begin to separate, and in that separation lies both freedom and danger. For a nation that has learned to survive through shared ritual must now learn to survive through mutual restraint. England stands at the first visible fracture in its stone, not a collapse, a hairline crack. But history knows that all great breaks begin this way. England has always trusted structure, walls to hold enemies, laws to hold people, rituals to hold meaning. Structure saved the island from chaos again and again. It survived conquest by building castles. It survived civil war by building law. It survived uncertainty by building tradition. Now, tradition itself is changing, and the tools that once preserved unity begin to feel uncertain. A king may command attendance. A council may define doctrine. A bishop may warn of error. Yet beneath these commands, belief continues to move. A man kneels because he must, not because he agrees. A woman listens politely, then teaches her children differently at home. A preacher softens words to avoid conflict while meaning drifts quietly. Outward order remains. Inward harmony does not. This creates a new kind of tension. The medieval world never separated act from belief. To kneel was to submit. To pray was to agree. To attend was to belong. Now these gestures begin to carry ambiguity. Is obedience sincere? Is silence agreement? Is uniformity real? The crown senses this fragility. It has learned that authority rests not only on force but on trust. When trust fades, even the strongest wall feels thin. A kingdom that doubts itself becomes vulnerable, so it tightens. It defines acceptable worship. It marks dangerous speech. It reminds subjects that unity is safety. These efforts are not born of cruelty, they are born of fear. England remembers what division can do. It remembers fields where neighbors became enemies. It remembers crowns lost to fracture. The instinct is survival. Yet survival now demands something unfamiliar, not suppression, not conquest, but balance. How does a realm remain whole when minds differ? There is no medieval answer. The past offers swords. The future requires patience. England stands between them, holding structures built for certainty in an age learning to live with doubt. And history, patient as ever, begins to test whether those structures can bend without breaking. A nation can survive storms. It can rebuild after fire. It can rise after plague. It can mend after war. But living with difference is a slower trial. England now discovers this. In every shire, the same pattern unfolds. Outward life remains familiar, markets open, courts convene, bells ring. Yet beneath this surface, people begin to carry separate worlds within them. Two neighbors work the same field. They share bread. They share labor, but not certainty. One believes salvation rests in ancient ritual. The other feels it stir in personal faith. They do not fight, they hesitate, and hesitation changes everything. Conversation grows careful. Words are chosen. Silence thickens. The medieval world was loud with agreement. The emerging world becomes quiet with caution. This quiet is not peace. It is restraint. England learns that coexistence demands more discipline than obedience ever did. It requires people to hold back words that feel true, to tolerate beliefs that feel dangerous, to live beside difference without trying to conquer it. This is harder than war. War offers clarity. There is enemy and ally, victory and defeat. Difference offers only tension, no banner marks it, no treaty ends it, it lingers. The crown, still shaped by centuries of command, struggles to adjust. It issues laws in hopes of restoring sameness. It believes that unity can still be preserved by defining the center. Yet belief no longer gathers at a single point, it spreads. A law may quiet a voice in one town. It awakens 10 elsewhere. A decree may enforce silence. It cannot still thought. England begins to realize that its future will not be shaped by erasing difference, but by surviving it. The medieval age taught the island how to stand against invasion. The new age demands that it stand with intention. And standing with intention requires something no conquest ever taught: patience, the kind that holds a realm together not through force, but through forbearance. England does not yet know this word, but it is beginning to live it. Restraint is not silence, it is choice. England begins to understand this slowly, unevenly, painfully. The realm has known how to obey. It has known how to rebel. It has known how to endure fire and famine. But it has never known how to live beside difference without trying to erase it. Now it must learn. A magistrate hesitates before enforcing a harsh decree. A priest chooses gentler words. A neighbor turns away from argument to preserve peace. These moments are small, yet they are revolutionary, for they mark a shift from control to coexistence. The medieval world had trusted order above all else. Order meant safety. Order meant survival. But order built on sameness cannot survive in a world where minds awaken. England begins to sense that force will no longer heal fracture. A sword can break resistance. It cannot create agreement. A law can command action. It cannot command conviction. So the realm begins haltingly to practice something new: toleration, not yet as principle, not yet as right, but as necessity. People discover that they can live beside those who believe differently without destroying one another. That a village can endure even when prayers differ. That a nation does not collapse simply because certainty is no longer singular. This realization is fragile, it falters, it fails, it must be relearned. Yet each time it appears, it leaves a trace. England's long history has taught it how to survive storms from without. Now it begins to learn how to weather storms within, without turning every difference into a battlefield. This is the quiet labor of a new age. No banners mark it. No heroes claim it. No songs yet remember it. But it shapes the future more deeply than any conquest. For a nation that learns restraint learns how to endure not only enemies, but itself. The medieval world taught England how to stand. The emerging world teaches it how to remain standing when certainty no longer holds everything in place. And in that lesson lies the true passage from the old world into the new. For centuries, England had been imagined as something that belonged to kings, a realm shaped by conquest, a land defined by lineage, a people gathered beneath a crown. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, that image begins to change. A farmer speaks of the country rather than the king's land. A merchant worries about the realm rather than the favor of a lord. A scholar writes of England as if it were a living thing. The nation begins to exist beyond the monarch. This is subtle. There is no declaration, no trumpet, no parchment sealed in gold. It appears in language, in the way people speak of themselves, in the way they imagine belonging, in the way they feel affected by decisions made far away. The medieval world taught people who ruled them. The emerging world teaches them where they belong. England becomes more than territory. It becomes idea. The crown still matters. Law still governs. Hierarchy still shapes life. Yet beneath all of it, a quiet transformation unfolds. People begin to think of themselves as part of something larger than village or parish. They speak of us when discussing taxes, wars, or faith. They feel the weight of events beyond their fields. This sense of shared fate did not exist in the medieval mind. A Saxon had belonged to a lord, a Norman to a lineage, a peasant to a manor. Now people begin to belong to a nation, not fully, not equally. But undeniably, England's long history of invasion, adaptation, law, and memory has prepared it for this shift. It has learned to carry past and present at once. It has learned that identity can survive transformation. And now, identity expands. The realm is no longer only a structure imposed from above. It is something imagined from within. A king may still rule. A parliament may still debate. A church may still guide. But beneath them, a people begins to exist as more than subjects. They become participants in a story that feels like their own. The medieval age had bound England together through obedience. The emerging age begins to bind it through belonging. And in that belonging lies a power no crown can command. The power of shared identity. For generations, history had been something that happened above ordinary lives. Kings waged wars. Bishops defined belief. Lords reshaped land. The people endured. They remembered battles only by the scars left in fields. They remembered rulers by the taxes they paid. They remembered faith by the rhythm of bells. History belonged to others. Now, that distance begins to close. A man hears of a law passed in a distant chamber and feels its weight in his own home. A woman learns that a decision made in London will change the way her children pray. A merchant senses that a treaty signed across the sea will shape his future. Events no longer feel remote. They feel personal. The medieval world had taught people to live within fate. The emerging world begins to teach them that fate is shaped. England's people do not yet speak of rights. They do not yet demand voice. They do not yet imagine equality, but they feel involvement. They feel that what happens to the realm happens to them. This is profound. For a nation becomes real not when borders are drawn, but when people recognize themselves within its story. England's long memory of conquest, of plague, of law, of faith, now settles into something new. It becomes shared narrative. A traveler speaks of the North as our country. A sailor returning to port calls England home with new meaning. A poet writes not only for a court, but for a people. The island that once endured history now begins to own it, and ownership changes everything. When people feel part of a story, they begin to care how it unfolds. They listen more closely. They remember more deeply. They question more carefully. The medieval world had bound England through obedience and ritual. The emerging world binds it through memory and meaning. England is becoming not merely a place ruled, but a place remembered. And a nation that remembers itself no longer drifts through time. It walks, aware, together. Something begins to stir between people, not rebellion, not unity. Something quieter, awareness. In taverns, men speak not only of harvests but of laws. In markets, women exchange not only goods but rumors of court. In workshops, apprentices listen to travelers describe events far beyond their town. The realm feels closer. England is no longer only something that happens above them. It becomes something that touches them. Decisions ripple outward. Consequences arrive in fields and homes. The nation grows visible. This is the beginning of public life, not yet political, not yet organized, but present. People begin to feel that they inhabit more than a village. They live inside a story that stretches beyond their horizon. When war is declared, it is not only the king's war. When faith changes, it is not only the church's matter, it becomes ours. The medieval world taught endurance within boundaries. The emerging world teaches awareness beyond them. A farmer who once cared only for his field now wonders what distant rulers intend. A sailor feels that England's fortunes travel with him. A scholar writes knowing that words may reach beyond walls. The nation begins to speak inwardly, not as one voice, not in agreement, but in presence. This is fragile. Public awareness can become panic. It can become rumor. It can become fear. England does not yet know how to guide it, but it cannot unlearn it. Once people feel connected, they cannot return to isolation. Once they sense that their lives are woven into something larger, they begin to watch, and watching changes behavior. They listen. They remember. They compare. The medieval world offered a life enclosed within tradition. The new world opens life outward into context. England steps into that openness cautiously, carrying centuries of memory. It does not rush. It does not celebrate. It adapts. For adaptation is what this island has always done. And in this adaptation, something new takes shape. Not a rebellion, not a revolution, but a people slowly learning that they exist together within time. That history is no longer only what happens to them. It is what happens among them. England has always remembered. It remembered Rome in broken roads. It remembered Saxons in place names. It remembered Normans in stone walls. It remembered plague in empty villages. It remembered war in quiet fields. But now, memory becomes something more than echo. It becomes awareness. People begin to sense that they live inside a long story, that their lives are chapters, not footnotes, that what they inherit was shaped by hands long gone, and that what they leave will shape hands yet to come. A man repairing a bridge knows it will outlive him. A woman teaching her child senses that the words she chooses will travel beyond her voice. A craftsman carving would imagine strangers touching it centuries hence. Time grows visible. The medieval world lived within cycles: seed, harvest, prayer, death. The emerging world begins to feel linear. It begins to imagine tomorrow as different from yesterday. This is a quiet revolution, for when people imagine a future, they begin to shape it. England's past, so heavy with conquest, faith, and endurance, does not vanish. It becomes foundation. The island carries its cathedrals, its laws, its scars forward. It does not reject what it has been. It builds upon it. The realm no longer waits for history. It anticipates it. A nation that anticipates begins to plan. A people that plan begin to hope. A people that hope begin to change. The medieval age gave England survival. The emerging age gives it direction, not certainty, not harmony, but movement. The island that once stood at the mercy of invasion now stands aware of itself. It knows its own name. It knows its own story. It knows that what comes next will not be written only by kings. It will be written by memory, by restraint, by belonging. England steps forward not as a land waiting for fate, but as a people learning to carry their own future. There was a time when England spoke with one tone, a single church, a single crown, a single rhythm of life. Agreement did not require effort. It was inherited like land and name. To belong was to conform. To differ was unthinkable. Now the island begins to hear itself, not as a chorus in perfect unison, but as many voices moving within the same air. In towns, preachers speak with different emphasis. In homes, prayers sound unfamiliar. In taverns, arguments rise and fall like tides. England becomes audible. The medieval world was shaped by silence beneath authority. The emerging world fills with conversation. This is not yet freedom. It is not yet democracy. It is not yet equality. It is awareness. People begin to notice that others think differently. Not merely about crops or trade, but about meaning itself, about God, about order, about what it means to live rightly. Difference no longer hides. It stands in doorways. It sits beside hearths. It walks the same roads. A farmer hears a neighbor speak of faith in a way he does not recognize. A craftsman listens to a traveler describe worship unlike any he has known. A child grows up hearing more than one version of truth. The island becomes layered. The medieval world had been flat in belief, one shape, one direction. The new world becomes dimensional. People must navigate, and navigation requires choice. This is unsettling, for choice means responsibility. It means error is possible. It means certainty is no longer guaranteed. England, long trained to endure what it could not control, now faces something it must actively manage: diversity of thought. The realm has faced armies. It has faced famine. It has faced kings and rebels, but it has never faced this: a future shaped by voices rather than commands. The crown still governs. The law still binds. The church still teaches. Yet beneath all of them, the people begin to speak among themselves. And when people begin to speak, history changes direction, not suddenly, not violently, but permanently. To hear many voices is to lose simplicity. In the medieval world, truth descended. It arrived through altar and crown. It required no debate. Now, truth begins to feel discussed. A man hears two sermons and wonders which reflects heaven. A woman reads two interpretations and feels torn between them. A child grows within contradiction before learning certainty. This is not confusion alone. It is expansion. For the first time, people sense that belief has dimension. That meaning may be approached from different angles. That understanding is not always singular, yet expansion carries weight. The mind must choose. The heart must weigh. The soul must stand. The medieval world spared people this labor. It gave them a path and told them to walk. The new world hands them crossroads, and crossroads are heavy. England begins to feel the burden of interpretation. A villager wonders whether silence is safer than speech. A priest fears saying too much. A magistrate weighs peace against principle. Every word becomes a decision. This is exhausting, yet it is also awakening, for a person who chooses begins to own belief. A person who owns belief begins to value it. A person who values belief becomes conscious of self. The island that once lived inside inherited certainty now begins to live inside reflection. This does not make life easier, it makes it deeper. People begin to recognize that others carry inner worlds, that neighbors are not simply fellow bodies but fellow minds. That disagreement does not always mean danger. Sometimes it means difference. England's long endurance has prepared it for hardship. It has not prepared it for plurality. So it stumbles, arguments grow sharp, suspicion flares, fear whispers that difference will destroy unity. Yet each day that passes without collapse teaches a quiet lesson: that coexistence is possible, not perfect, not comfortable, but real. The medieval world taught England how to stand beneath authority. The new world teaches it how to stand beside one another. And that lesson, once learned, will outlast every crown. At first, talk feels harmless. Words drift through markets. Arguments rise in taverns. Questions echo in classrooms. They seem small beside crowns and armies, yet conversation changes everything. A man who speaks is no longer invisible. A woman who questions is no longer silent. A neighbor who disagrees becomes more than a mirror. The medieval world had treated speech as privilege. Only priests interpreted heaven. Only lords interpreted law. Only kings interpreted destiny. Now interpretation spreads. People begin to explain themselves. A farmer defends his understanding of faith. A merchant justifies his doubts. A student challenges a master. These moments do not overturn order. They reshape it, for when people speak, they reveal themselves. When they reveal themselves, they become visible. And visibility creates presence. England begins to feel this presence, not as rebellion, not as uprising, but as awareness. A parish is no longer just a place of worship. It becomes a space of dialogue. A town is no longer only a market. It becomes a network of voices. The medieval world believed power flowed downward. The emerging world discovers that power also flows sideways, between neighbors, between friends, between strangers. Conversation becomes influence, not because it commands but because it persuades. This is new. A king may still decree, a bishop may still instruct, but now their words enter a world already filled with words. They must compete, they must explain, they must convince. Authority begins to speak in reasons rather than commands. England does not yet name this shift, but it feels it. For the first time, people sense that what they say matters, not only to heaven but to one another. The medieval world taught obedience. The new world teaches participation. And participation, once begun, does not fade, it grows, it spreads. It becomes expectation. The island that once endured history in silence now begins, quietly, to talk its way into the future. England does not become something new in a single moment. It inhales, slowly, carefully. A nation shaped by centuries of survival has learned not to rush change. It remembers too well what haste can cost. It carries scars from kings who moved too quickly, from faith that hardened into fire, from certainty that turned into war, so it breathes. Conversation spreads, but it does not yet conquer. Difference exists, but it does not yet dominate. The realm lives in a fragile balance between what it has been and what it is becoming. In this balance, something remarkable occurs. People begin to imagine tomorrow, not only in terms of harvest, not only in terms of weather, but in terms of possibility. A student dreams of learning beyond tradition. A merchant imagines a world connected by trade and word. A parent wonders what kind of England their child will inherit. The medieval world had lived within repetition. The new world begins to live within projection. Time is no longer only cyclical, it becomes directional. This changes how people stand in the present. They begin to weigh choices not only by custom but by consequence. They ask not only, what has always been, but what will this become? England has learned how to endure storms from without. Now it learns how to navigate currents within. There will be failures. There will be fear. There will be moments when the island longs for the old silence. But something irreversible has begun. A people who speak cannot unlearn voice. A people who choose cannot return to fate. A people who imagine cannot return to confinement. The medieval age gave England bones. The emerging age gives it breath, and breath is movement, not violent, not sudden, but living. The island that once stood waiting for history now steps into it, not as a land ruled by inevitability, but as a people learning, slowly and imperfectly, how to shape what comes next. England does not forget easily. Its soil remembers feet that marched in armor. Its rivers remember ships that burned. Its fields remember hunger. Its churches remember silence after bells. Every generation inherits more than land. It inherits caution. The island has learned that change can wound, that certainty can kill. That belief, once hardened, becomes weapon. So as voices multiply and difference becomes visible, England does not celebrate, it watches. It remembers how neighbors once became enemies. It remembers how banners turned fields into graves. It remembers how crowns fell when unity shattered. The medieval world taught survival through obedience. The emerging world teaches survival through restraint. This restraint is not weakness. It is wisdom carved by time. A villager hears a new idea and does not rush to denounce it. A magistrate hesitates before enforcing harsh law. A priest softens words to avoid flame. These pauses are history at work. They are the island remembering itself. For England has endured every form of storm, foreign invasion, internal war, spiritual upheaval. It has learned that storms pass, but damage lingers. So now, when difference rises, the realm moves carefully. It seeks balance between order and breath, between tradition and thought. It does not yet know how to live in this new age, but it knows how to survive. And survival in this moment means not choosing sides too quickly. It means holding space, space for belief, space for doubt. space for voices that do not match. The medieval world demanded alignment. The New World requires patience. England stands with centuries behind it, sensing that what comes next will test not its strength, but its restraint. And restraint, learned through fire and loss, may prove its greatest inheritance. Memory is a shield, it warns. It slows. It whispers of consequences unseen. England carries its memory like an old scar, never bleeding, never fading. It remembers how quickly certainty becomes cruelty. It remembers how easily conviction hardens into command. It remembers how words once summoned swords. So now, when new ideas move through towns and parishes, they do not meet immediate fire, they meet silence. A long silence. People listen before they answer. They watch before they act. They weigh not only what is said, but what might follow. The island's history presses upon every choice. This restraint is not harmony. It is tension held in balance. A man hears a neighbor speak differently of God and feels unease. Yet he also feels the echo of old wars in his bones. He remembers what happens when difference becomes threat. So he nods instead of shouting. A priest senses change in his parish and fears loss. Yet he also recalls how rigid certainty once shattered lives. So he speaks gently. A magistrate receives an order and wonders whether obedience will heal or inflame. He remembers how law once deepened wounds. So he hesitates. These are small acts, but history is built from small acts repeated. The medieval world taught England how to obey in order to survive. The New World teaches England how to pause in order to endure. This pause becomes a space where possibility grows, not peace, not agreement, but tolerance. Tolerance born not of philosophy, but of memory. For England has learned that the cost of forgetting is blood. It has learned that unity enforced becomes fracture delayed. So now, in this age of many voices, the island chooses slowness. It does not rush toward purity. It does not rush toward division. It walks carefully, feeling the ground with each step. The medieval world was shaped by certainty. The emerging world is shaped by caution. And in that caution lies a fragile hope that this time, change might pass without turning neighbor against neighbor. England does not yet know whether this hope will hold, but it remembers too much to ignore it. Waiting is an art England knows well. It waited through Roman departure. It waited through Saxon settlement. It waited through Norman rule. It waited through plague and war. Waiting has always been survival. Now it waits again, not for armies, not for famine, not for crowns to fall. It waits for understanding. Difference has entered daily life, and the island does not yet know what it means. So it does what it has always done when the path is unclear. It slows. Markets remain busy. Fields are still plowed. Children are still taught. Life continues. But beneath this continuity, people listen. They listen for danger. They listen for promise. They listen for echoes of past disaster. England stands in a moment that feels suspended. The old world has loosened. The new world has not yet fully arrived. Certainty has faded, but direction remains unclear. This in-between is uncomfortable. The medieval world offered answers. The new world offers questions. Questions require time. They cannot be conquered. They cannot be silenced. They must be lived with, so the island practices patience. A nation shaped by centuries of endurance now learns a different form of strength, the strength to remain open without breaking, to hold difference without turning it into threat, to live within uncertainty without surrendering to fear. This is not yet wisdom, it is learning. And learning is always uneven. Some rush ahead, some cling behind. Most walk slowly, feeling for ground. England becomes a place where history pauses between breaths, not because nothing is happening, but because something too large for haste is forming. The medieval age taught the island how to survive the world. The emerging age teaches it how to survive itself. And between these lessons lies this quiet stretch of time where the future is not yet named and the past still whispers. The island waits, not in weakness, in preparation. Every age leaves a question behind. The medieval world left England with this one. Can a people endure without certainty? For 1,000 years, life had been shaped by fixed truths about God, about order, about place. Those truths built cathedrals and kingdoms. They gave meaning in darkness. They carried the island through invasion and plague. Now, those truths no longer stand alone. They share space, with doubt, with inquiry, with difference. England does not yet know what kind of nation this will create. It knows only that it cannot return. The people have learned to speak. They have learned to listen. They have learned to imagine tomorrow. These things cannot be undone. A villager who has weighed belief will not unlearn reflection. A child who has heard many voices will not forget plurality. A nation that has begun to see itself will not return to silence. Yet England also knows what unrestrained change can do. It remembers fire. It remembers blood. It remembers how certainty once destroyed what it meant to protect, so it holds itself in balance between old and new, between obedience and voice, between unity and difference. This balance is fragile, it trembles, but it is real. A realm that once endured by yielding now endures by choosing when not to strike. A people once shaped by command now begin to shape themselves through restraint. History often celebrates revolutions. It rarely honors patience. Yet here, in this quiet age between ages, patience becomes the island's shield. England does not march into the future, it walks, carefully. Aware, carrying centuries within it. The medieval world gave it roots. The emerging world gives it horizon. And between root and horizon, the island stands, not certain, not unified, but awake. A nation learning for the first time that survival is no longer enough. It must now learn how to live. England has never existed alone. Every change upon the island has been shaped by forces beyond its shores. Romans crossed the sea. Saxons followed. Vikings burned. Normans conquered. Ideas of faith, law, and power arrived carried by wind and tide. Now, once more, the world presses inward. Across Europe, belief fractures with fire and fury. Kingdoms burn over doctrine. Cities fall over conscience. Armies march beneath banners of faith. Where England hesitates, others ignite. Refugees arrive with stories of churches stripped bare, of neighbors turned enemies, of faith enforced by sword. Merchants carry rumors of lands torn apart by certainty. Scholars speak of cities where worship divides streets. Priests whisper of kingdoms shattered by belief. England listens. Its memory answers. It remembers what happens when conviction becomes weapon. It remembers how quickly certainty becomes command. It remembers fields made silent by righteousness. The island begins to understand that what it faces is not merely internal. It is part of a wider storm. Difference is not unique to England. It is reshaping the world. And the world offers warning. A traveler speaks of rivers clogged with bodies. A sailor tells of ports ruled by fear. A scholar recounts debates that end in flames. England absorbs these stories as lessons, not commands, not prophecy, but memory's echo. The medieval world taught the island how to survive invasion. The emerging world now shows it how belief can invade peace. So England slows even further. It does not rush toward purity. It does not rush toward force. It watches what certainty does elsewhere. And in that watching, it begins to define itself not only by what it is becoming, but by what it refuses to be. The island that once learned endurance through conquest now learns identity through restraint. It will not become a land where neighbors must choose sides in blood. It will not become a realm where faith must wear armor. It does not yet know how to prevent this, but it knows what it fears. And sometimes, fear is the first form of wisdom. England begins to see itself reflected in distant fires. Across the Channel, kingdoms fracture along lines of belief. Cities that once shared bells now share walls. Neighbors measure one another not by trade or kinship, but by creed. Words become weapons. Prayers become banners. The island listens. It hears of towns where churches stand empty because worship itself has become dangerous. It hears of rulers who demand faith as proof of loyalty. It hears of families divided, of children taught to fear the prayers of their own parents. These are not legends. They are warnings carried by breath and ink. England remembers its own past. It remembers when crowns were claimed by blood. It remembers when banners turned brothers into enemies. It remembers how quickly certainty once became war. So when it looks outward and sees belief hardening into flame, it recognizes the pattern. It has lived it before. The medieval world taught England that unity enforced becomes fracture delayed. That peace held by command is only waiting to break. That when people are told what to believe at the edge of a blade, belief becomes a battlefield. Other lands rush toward purity. England hesitates. Not because it lacks conviction, because it remembers. A priest hears of a massacre abroad and lowers his voice in the pulpit. A magistrate learns of executions across the sea and weighs his words more carefully. A king reads of cities in ruin and pauses before decree. The island begins to define itself by contrast. It does not yet call this tolerance. It does not yet name it principle. It feels like survival. For England understands something the flames have taught it, that belief enforced becomes unbelief in another form. That faith compelled becomes faith destroyed. That unity born of fear lasts only until fear breaks, so the realm continues its slow path. It does not pretend difference is harmless. It does not pretend unity is simple. But it chooses, again and again, not to let conviction become sword. The world beyond its shores becomes a mirror. And in that mirror, England sees not what it desires, but what it must avoid. The medieval age taught the island how to endure conquest. The new age teaches it how to endure conscience. Between these lessons, England chooses caution over flame. And in that choice, history bends, quietly, imperfectly, but deliberately, away from fire. England begins to understand that identity is shaped not only by what a people claims, but by what it rejects. It has learned how empires fall. It has learned how crowns fracture. It has learned how certainty can become cruelty. Now, watching other lands burn over belief, the island draws a quiet boundary within itself, not a wall of stone, not a line on a map, a line of memory. We will not become this. This resolve is not spoken aloud in every village. It does not appear in proclamations. It lives in instinct, in hesitation, in restraint. A ruler pauses before ordering punishment. A judge tempers sentence with mercy. A preacher softens words that might ignite fear. These acts do not make headlines, they make history. For they signal a shift from power shaped by command to power shaped by consequence. England begins to govern not only by authority, but by awareness of what authority can destroy. The medieval world taught the island that strength lay in unity. The emerging world teaches it that strength may lie in restraint. Unity enforced becomes brittle. Difference tolerated becomes resilient. This is a new form of courage. It does not march. It does not conquer. It endures. A nation that once proved itself by survival in battle now proves itself by survival in complexity. England does not yet know how to perfect this balance. It will stumble. It will falter. It will sometimes fail. But it has chosen a direction, not toward silence, not toward flame, toward coexistence. In a world where belief turns kingdoms into ash, the island begins to imagine another path, one where people may differ without destroying one another. This is not idealism, it is memory. It is the voice of a land that has buried too many suns to worship certainty without question. The medieval age taught England how to endure invasion. The new age teaches it how to endure itself. And in that lesson lies the quiet beginning of a nation defined not by what it conquers, but by what it refuses to become. Strength is often imagined as motion, marching feet, rising banners, clashing steel. England once believed this too. It learned strength in resistance to invaders, in walls raised against storms of men, in crowns defended by blood. For centuries, power meant the ability to compel. Now, a different strength begins to take form. It is not loud. It does not shine. It does not declare itself. It waits. A nation watches its neighbors burn and chooses not to ignite. A realm hears calls for purity and answers with pause. An island shaped by conquest discovers that the greatest test is not invasion, but restraint. This is difficult, for restraint offers no triumph. It earns no songs. It leaves no monuments. It feels at times like weakness. A man sees injustice and wishes to strike. A preacher feels conviction and wishes to condemn. A ruler fears disorder and wishes to command. The old world would have answered these impulses with certainty: act, crush, enforce. But memory interrupts. England remembers fields turned red. It remembers neighbors turned foes. It remembers how easily righteousness becomes ruin, so it learns to hold its breath, not forever, not perfectly, but deliberately. This restraint becomes a kind of unseen architecture, like law once was, like custom, like the slow habits that shape a people without announcing themselves. Children grow in homes where difference exists, but violence does not. Villages endure arguments without becoming battlefields. Towns learn that disagreement does not demand destruction. This is not peace. It is practice. Practice in living with uncertainty. Practice in hearing without striking. Practice in allowing a neighbor to remain a neighbor. The medieval world taught England how to endure what came from outside. The emerging world teaches it how to endure what rises within. And in this endurance, a new form of strength is born. Not the strength to conquer, but the strength to contain. Not the power to silence, but the power to remain whole. England steps forward into a future no longer ruled solely by crowns or creeds, but by a hard-earned understanding that the survival of a nation depends not only on what it can defeat, but on what it can refuse to become. Every generation inherits more than land and name. It inherits habits. England's children grow in a realm that has learned to pause. They do not remember invasion. They do not remember civil war. They do not remember plague as terror made flesh. They inherit something quieter. The way adults hesitate before condemning, the way voices lower when disagreement grows sharp, the way elders speak of what happened elsewhere. They grow up watching restraint. A boy hears two men argue in a tavern and sees them part without knives. A girl listens to neighbors speak differently of prayer and watches them still share bread. A child hears stories of burning cities across the sea and feels gratitude for calm streets. Patience becomes culture, not preached, not commanded, practiced. The medieval world taught obedience through fear. The emerging world teaches endurance through memory. England begins to transmit this lesson without knowing it. Parents speak of past wars as warnings. Teachers speak of other lands as mirrors. Clergy speak of mercy as strength. This does not erase division. Belief still differs. Conviction still burns. Voices still rise. But something has changed in how conflict is imagined. It is no longer assumed that difference must end in defeat. A generation grows accustomed to living with tension. They do not see uncertainty as collapse. They do not see disagreement as treason. They do not see variety as immediate threat. This is subtle, yet it reshapes the future more deeply than any decree. For a people raised amid difference learns balance as instinct. They learn that survival does not always require victory, that coexistence is not surrender, that patience can be power. England's long history of conquest, law, memory, and restraint settles into this new inheritance. The island that once taught its children how to endure storms now teaches them how to live in complexity. And complexity, once learned, becomes strength. For centuries, legacy in England meant land, fields passed from father to son, names etched into stone, titles carried like armor. Power was inherited, memory was personal, history belonged to the great. Now, something else begins to pass between generations, not property, not rank, a way of standing in the world. A father teaches his child not only how to work the soil, but how to speak when others disagree. A mother teaches her daughter not only prayers, but the meaning of mercy. An elder tells stories not of glory, but of what hatred once destroyed. These lessons are not written, they are lived. The medieval world handed down obedience. The emerging world hands down awareness. Children learn that the world is wider than one voice. That truth may be approached, not merely received. That difference does not always demand defense. They grow up hearing of cities abroad that burned because people refused to listen. They grow up seeing neighbors who worship differently still greet one another in the street. These contrasts shape instinct. A boy learns that conviction can be firm without being cruel. A girl learns that disagreement does not require exile. A generation learns that identity is not a weapon. This is not perfection. There are still arguments. There are still fears. There are still moments when old instincts flare. But the ground has changed. The island no longer raises its children to expect war as answer. It raises them to expect complexity. And complexity, once familiar, loses its terror. England's long journey, from Roman province to Saxon land, from Norman realm to conscious nation, has taught it how to survive power. Now it teaches its children how to survive difference. This becomes the new inheritance, not a sword, not a crown, but a way of living with uncertainty. The medieval world gave England endurance. The emerging world gives it equilibrium. And in that balance lies a legacy far more lasting than any stone. A people learning that their future is not forged only by victory, but by how they treat one another when victory is impossible. Progress does not always announce itself. It does not always arrive in banners or laws. It does not always wear the face of heroes. Often, it appears in habits so ordinary they go unnoticed. England's villages still wake with the sun. Its towns still ring with bells. Its roads still wind through fields shaped by centuries. On the surface, nothing seems changed. Yet beneath this continuity, the rhythm of life has shifted. A disagreement no longer automatically becomes a threat. A new idea no longer immediately feels like invasion. A neighbor's difference no longer demands distance. These changes are small, but they accumulate. A man pauses before answering in anger. A woman chooses patience over suspicion. A child learns to listen before judging. Each moment is a grain of sand. Together they reshape the shore. The medieval world had moved in great arcs: conquest, collapse, renewal. History arrived in storms. The emerging world moves differently. It advances by inches, by tone, by habit, by expectation. England does not yet celebrate this movement. It barely notices it. It is too close, too ordinary, too human. But history records not only what is dramatic, it records what endures. And endurance is built from repetition, the repetition of restraint, the repetition of listening, the repetition of choosing not to strike. These acts form a pattern that teaches people what kind of nation they inhabit, not one that demands uniformity, not one that worships silence, but one that survives difference. This is not harmony. It is resilience. A resilience born not of walls, but of understanding. The medieval age taught England how to stand. The new age teaches it how to move without falling. And in that motion, slow, uneven, human, the island becomes something no invader ever imagined, a place where history no longer arrives only as catastrophe, but as quiet change carried in the way people speak, the way they disagree, and the way they choose again and again to remain together. There is a moment in every long story when survival becomes choice. England reaches it quietly. The island no longer lives only in reaction, to invaders, to kings, to storms of belief. It begins, almost unconsciously, to shape how it responds. The habits of patience, of listening, of restraint settle into the bones of everyday life. A man in a market hears a view that troubles him. He exhales before he answers. A woman in a church feels unease at a sermon. She reflects before she resists. A child hears two adults disagree. He does not expect violence. These moments do not feel historic, yet they are. For history is not only written in crowns and wars. It is written in expectations. What people assume will happen next. The medieval world had taught England to expect force. The emerging world teaches it to expect conversation. This changes how fear behaves. Fear once demanded action. Now it invites pause. Uncertainty once meant danger. Now it means thought. England begins to hold itself not through walls, not through armies, but through habits of mind. A nation that can hold itself can endure more than any fortress ever could. It can absorb difference without shattering. It can face change without collapse. It can argue without destroying itself. This is fragile. It can fail. It will be tested. But it exists. The island that once learned to survive through obedience now survives through awareness. It no longer waits only for fate. It responds. And response is power. The medieval age gave England roots, deep, heavy, enduring. The new age gives it balance. Roots and balance together allow growth. Not sudden, not perfect, but living. England moves forward not as a land ruled only by memory, nor as a people rushing toward the unknown, but as a nation learning slowly, imperfectly, courageously, how to remain whole in a world that will never again be simple. There comes a point in every long transformation when the old world finally loosens its grip, not in collapse, not in fire, in quiet release. England reaches that point now. The medieval age, with its rigid ladders of power and inherited certainty, no longer defines the rhythm of life. Castles still stand, cathedrals still rise, kings still reign. But beneath these familiar forms, something irreversible has taken root. People think, they question, they remember, they imagine. The island no longer lives only within what has always been. It begins to live within what might be. The future becomes a presence, not a shadow. It enters conversation. It shapes choices. It alters how people stand in the present. A craftsman wonders whether his son will live as he has lived. A scholar writes knowing his words may reach beyond his lifetime. A farmer senses that the world beyond his fields now touches his fate. Time changes. The medieval world moved in cycles, seed and harvest, prayer and death, generation after generation repeating the same shape. The new world stretches forward. It becomes a line. People begin to feel that tomorrow may not resemble today. This is unsettling, but it is also awakening, for a nation that imagines tomorrow begins to shape it. England does not yet call this progress. It feels like motion, like standing on ground that still exists beneath the feet, yet seems to slope toward something unseen. The island has crossed too many thresholds to return to stillness. It has learned too much to forget. The old world does not vanish. It becomes foundation. Law remains. Faith remains. Memory remains. But they no longer imprison the future, they support it. The medieval age taught England how to survive. The emerging age teaches it how to move, and movement, once begun, does not end. The island steps into a world where identity is chosen, belief is personal, history is shared, and difference is lived with rather than erased. It does not yet know what it will become, but it knows this. It is no longer waiting for fate, it is walking toward tomorrow. England carries its past everywhere, in stone walls that still shadow fields, in laws that echo ancient customs, in prayers shaped by centuries of breath. The medieval world has not vanished, it has settled. It no longer stands above life like an unmovable sky, it lies beneath it like soil. What once commanded now supports. What once confined now steadies. A man walks a road first laid by Romans, repaired by Saxons, guarded by Normans, and maintained by a kingdom that no longer remembers their names. He does not feel trapped by their footsteps. He is carried by them. This is the shift. The past ceases to be destiny. It becomes foundation. A king no longer rules only because ancestors did. A church no longer speaks only because tradition commands. A law no longer binds only because it is old. Each must now justify itself in the present. This does not erase reverence. It deepens it. For what is chosen is valued differently than what is imposed. England learns to honor what it has been without being ruled by it. It keeps cathedrals, but allows new voices beneath their arches. It keeps crowns, but surrounds them with counsel. It keeps faith, but allows it to live in many hearts. The medieval world taught that meaning descends. The new world learns that meaning is carried, from hand to hand, from parent to child, from generation to generation. The island no longer stands inside history like a prisoner within walls. It stands upon history like a traveler on a road. Behind it lie centuries of endurance, before it stretches uncertainty. And between them walks a people who have learned that survival is not enough. They must now decide how to live with what they have survived. England steps forward not by abandoning its past, but by standing upon it, no longer bound by stone but guided by memory. The medieval age becomes ground, the future becomes horizon, and the island, shaped by both, continues its long journey, awake, cautious, and finally its own. There is a moment when a nation begins to recognize itself in motion, not fixed, not finished. Becoming, England reaches that awareness slowly, almost shyly. It does not announce it in manifestos or revolutions. It feels it in quieter ways, in the way people speak of change not as catastrophe but as process. A merchant says, "Things are different now," without fear. A teacher tells a child, "The world will not be as it was." A farmer looks beyond his field and senses that the horizon is no longer empty. These sentences would have felt dangerous in the medieval world. Now, they feel honest. The island no longer expects life to remain as it has always been. It no longer clings to repetition as safety. It begins to accept that change is not merely something that happens to it. It is something it moves through. This alters how people stand in time. They begin to think in generations, not only in seasons. They imagine futures not yet shaped by memory. They accept that their children may live differently than they do. This is profound. For a people who imagine their descendants living otherwise have already loosened the grip of inevitability. England becomes aware that it is not merely inheriting a story. It is writing one, not through single hands, not through crowned heads alone, but through countless ordinary choices: how to speak, how to disagree, how to live beside difference. The medieval world taught that destiny descends. The emerging world teaches that destiny unfolds, and unfolding requires participation. A nation that knows it is becoming does not demand perfection from itself. It expects uncertainty. It allows error. It learns. England, shaped by centuries of survival, now begins to practice something rarer than endurance: adaptation, not in fear, not in haste, in awareness. It does not yet know where it is going, but it knows it is moving, and that knowledge changes everything. For once a people recognize themselves as part of an unfinished story, they no longer wait for history, they walk with it. England stands now at a place no map can show. Behind it lie roads worn by legions, villages shaped by feudal bonds, cathedrals raised by hands that believed the world was fixed. Before it stretches a horizon without clear boundary, a future not yet named, not yet certain, not yet formed. The island feels this distance. It feels it in the way questions linger longer than answers, in the way children imagine lives unlike their parents, in the way elders speak of change without despair. The medieval world believed time circled. The new world senses that time moves forward. This does not banish fear. It reframes it. Uncertainty no longer feels like collapse. It feels like distance. A traveler sets out not knowing the road. A sailor leaves harbor not seeing the far shore. A nation steps into history without knowing its shape. England learns that this is not danger alone, it is possibility. The island has survived storms of steel and flame. It has endured conquest, plague, and fracture. Those trials taught it how to hold together when everything pressed inward. Now, something different presses outward, a future, not one dictated by empire, not one enforced by creed, not one inherited whole, a future that must be shaped. This is the quiet revolution of the age, not the overthrow of kings, not the burning of churches, not the shattering of law, but the awakening of a people to time itself. They begin to sense that tomorrow belongs to them, not as possession but as responsibility. That what they do will matter beyond their own lives. That the island they inhabit is not only ground but story. England does not yet call itself modern. It simply moves, with memory behind it, with restraint within it, with imagination ahead of it. The medieval age taught it how to endure the world. The emerging age teaches it how to meet it. And in that meeting, the island becomes something it has never been before, not merely a land shaped by history, but a people aware that history now walks with them. For the first time in its long memory, England begins to feel the weight of its own decisions, not as commands from above, not as fate from beyond, but as outcomes shaped by human hands. A law is passed and people ask what it will become. A sermon is spoken and listeners wonder where it will lead. A child is taught and a parent imagines the adult they will become. Choice enters the fabric of life. The medieval world had offered shelter in inevitability. Things were as they were because they had always been so. To live was to accept. Now, acceptance feels incomplete. People sense that what happens next depends in some small way on what they do now. A word spoken, a neighbor spared, a habit formed, a silence broken. This realization is heavy, for a person who believes they matter must live with consequence. England begins to understand that the future is not simply a chapter waiting to be read. It is a page being written. A craftsman wonders whether his work will shape those who come after. A teacher senses that a single lesson may ripple beyond sight. A magistrate pauses, knowing that mercy or severity will echo. The medieval world taught obedience to destiny. The emerging world teaches responsibility for outcome. This is unsettling, for responsibility removes refuge. No one can say, "It was inevitable," when a different choice was possible. The island begins to feel that it is standing at the edge of its own influence, that its people are no longer merely carried by history, but are carrying it. This does not make them powerful in the old sense. They still farm, they still labor, they still age, but they are awake to the fact that what they build in law and speech and habit will outlive them. England enters an age where memory is no longer only backward, it becomes forward. A people who imagine consequence begin to act with care, and care, once learned, reshapes destiny more quietly than any conquest ever could. With choice comes weight, not the weight of chains, but the weight of meaning. England begins to feel it in small, ordinary moments. A man chooses whether to speak when injustice stirs. A woman chooses whether to repeat a rumor or let it fade. A child chooses whether to imitate anger or restraint. These moments pass unnoticed by history books, yet they become the hidden architecture of the age. The medieval world had relieved people of this burden. It told them who they were. It told them what was right. It told them where they belonged. To live was to follow a shape already drawn. The new world hands them the pencil, and that is frightening, for a line drawn cannot be undone. A word spoken cannot be recalled. A habit formed becomes a future. People begin to sense that freedom is not light. It is heavy. It asks more of them than obedience ever did. A man who once bowed without question now must decide when to agree and when to resist. A woman who once accepted tradition now must weigh its meaning. A leader who once commanded now must persuade. Every role grows more complex. Every voice grows more important. This does not make life easier, it makes it deeper, for depth demands attention. England begins to learn that liberty is not absence of structure, but presence of responsibility. That being able to choose does not mean choosing lightly. That a nation made of voices must learn how to listen. The medieval world had taught the island how to endure what it could not change. The emerging world teaches it how to change what it endures, and in that lesson lies both danger and promise. Danger, because choice can divide. Promise, because choice can heal. The island does not yet know how to hold this power, but it feels it like a tool newly placed in hand. Unfamiliar. Heavy. Capable of shaping everything that follows. England steps forward carrying not only memory and restraint, but something it has never carried before, agency. And agency, once awakened, becomes history's most patient force. There was a time when every great question in England traveled upward from village to manor, from manor to lord, from lord to crown, from crown to heaven. Meaning descended. Now, questions begin to linger where they are born. A farmer wonders what is just. A craftsman debates what is fair. A parent asks what kind of world their child should inherit. They do not wait for answers from above. They answer among themselves. This is subtle. No councils proclaim it. No bells announce it. No banners bear its name, yet it changes everything. For a nation that answers itself begins to exist in a new way. It no longer stands merely as a structure governed. It becomes a community thinking. The medieval world had relied on hierarchy to resolve uncertainty. If doubt arose, it climbed. If conflict appeared, it was decided elsewhere. Now, uncertainty spreads sideways. People talk, they compare, they weigh. A village meeting becomes a place of reflection. A marketplace becomes a forum. A home becomes a school of values. England does not become equal. Power still exists. Wealth still divides. Authority still rules. But something new grows beneath all of it. Participation, not yet political, not yet formal, but human. People begin to sense that their voices matter, not because they rule, but because they shape the tone of the world around them. A man's restraint calms a quarrel. A woman's kindness alters a household. A child's curiosity opens a door. History, once carried by kings, begins to be carried by habits. The medieval age taught England to receive. The emerging age teaches it to respond. And response is agency. A realm that responds to itself becomes capable of change without collapse. It can adjust rather than shatter. It can bend rather than break. England does not yet know the limits of this power, but it feels its presence in the way disagreements linger instead of erupt. in the way questions are discussed instead of feared, in the way people begin to see themselves as part of what comes next. The island has not become a democracy, it has become aware. And awareness, once rooted, becomes the quiet engine of every future transformation. England no longer waits for the world to define it. It listens. It remembers. It chooses, not always wisely, not always well, but consciously. The island that once lived beneath destiny now lives beside it. Fate no longer feels like a decree from beyond the sky. It feels like something formed, slowly, imperfectly, by human hands. A man knows that how he speaks today may shape what his child believes tomorrow. A woman senses that mercy practiced in her home may echo beyond its walls. A teacher understands that curiosity planted in one mind may grow into change. These are not grand gestures, they are ordinary, and that is what makes them powerful. The medieval world changed through conquest and crown. The new world changes through habit and choice. England begins to understand that the future is not built in moments of glory. It is built in kitchens, in fields, in conversations, in silences. The nation does not abandon its past, it carries it. But it no longer mistakes memory for destiny. It treats history as guide, not chain. This is the final quiet passage from the medieval world, not when castles crumble, not when kings fall, but when a people realize that tomorrow is not inherited whole, it is shaped. England stands in that realization now, still cautious, still scarred, still carrying centuries of endurance. But awake, a land that once survived by obeying now survives by choosing. And in that shift, so gentle it can barely be seen, the island steps fully into a new age, not defined by certainty, not ruled by fate, but carried forward by the quiet, enduring power of human decision. England has learned that it is not alone. For centuries, the island measured the world by what reached its shores: invaders, traders, missionaries, storms. Beyond the horizon lay mystery. Beyond the sea lay rumor. Now the horizon draws closer. Ships return with maps. Sailors bring stories of distant coasts. Merchants speak of spices, silk, and strange suns. The world expands, not in land alone, in imagination. A boy in a village hears of oceans without end and feels the walls of his life soften. A scholar traces new lines across parchment and senses that creation is larger than tradition ever described. A sailor stands on a dock and realizes that England is not the center of all things. This is unsettling. The medieval world had been enclosed. The new world opens outward. People begin to feel that their lives exist within a vast, moving whole. That other lands breathe. That other peoples believe. That other futures unfold beyond familiar hills. England, long shaped by inward survival, now faces outward curiosity. This does not erase loyalty. It deepens perspective. The island that once defined itself by endurance now begins to define itself by relation. It is no longer only a land that resists the world. It is a land within it. Maps change. So do minds. A trader no longer speaks only of nearby towns. A priest no longer imagines heaven in isolation. A ruler no longer plans without considering distant powers. Distance becomes relevant. The medieval age taught England to look inward for stability. The emerging age teaches it to look outward for context, and context reshapes identity. For a people who see beyond their own borders begin to understand themselves not as center, but as participant. England steps into a world that feels larger than any cathedral could contain. And in that widening, the island begins to realize that history is no longer only something that happens to it. It is something that happens around it. The horizon, once edge, becomes invitation. And the nation, long defined by survival, begins, quietly, to imagine discovery. With every new story from across the sea, England feels smaller and larger at once. Smaller because it is no longer the edge of creation. Larger because it now belongs to something vast. A merchant describes a city where towers rise in unfamiliar shapes. A sailor speaks of stars that guide ships beyond known waters. A scholar studies maps that bend old certainties. The world is no longer imagined. It is described. This alters how England sees itself. The medieval world had placed the island at the center of meaning, anchored in sacred geography, surrounded by mystery. Now, meaning spreads. Other lands prey. Other peoples build. Other histories unfold without reference to English kings or English faith. This does not diminish England. It situates it. The island begins to feel like one voice among many. A boy hears of distant kingdoms and realizes that his village is not the whole story. A ruler considers alliances not only with neighbors, but with continents. A priest reflects that God's creation is wider than any single tradition. The imagination stretches. What once felt fixed now feels relative. What once felt universal now feels particular. England learns that it is not the measure of all things. This is humbling, and humility opens space. For when a people no longer believe themselves to be the center, they become capable of listening. They begin to compare. They begin to wonder. They begin to ask not only, what is right, but what else exists? The medieval age taught certainty. The emerging age teaches perspective. Perspective does not erase belief. It frames it. The island does not abandon its identity. It carries it outward. It begins to see itself as part of a wider human story, one shaped by trade, discovery, encounter. The sea that once brought invaders now brings knowledge. The horizon that once threatened now invites. England stands no longer as a fortress at the edge of the world. It stands as a participant within it. And participation changes destiny. For a nation that knows others exist cannot remain enclosed. It must respond. It must adapt. It must imagine itself not only as survivor, but as neighbor in a world far larger than its own shores. The sea that once carried enemies now carries ideas. Ships return heavier than when they left, not only with spice and silk, but with stories. They bring new foods to English tables, new words into English mouths, new questions into English minds. A sailor speaks of lands where faith wears different faces. A trader describes markets that never sleep. A scholar holds a book printed beyond the island's reach. These arrivals do not overturn England, they enter it, slowly. A recipe becomes a curiosity. A word becomes habit. A map becomes wonder. The medieval world had been shaped by inward rhythm, plow, prayer, crown. The emerging world becomes porous. It allows currents to pass through it. England begins to feel itself as a harbor, not only a fortress. Exchange changes how people think about value. Gold is no longer the only measure. Knowledge becomes currency. Experience becomes power. A man who has seen other lands carries authority not granted by title. A woman who has heard distant stories imagines more than her mother ever could. A child grows knowing that the world does not end at the hill's edge. This alters ambition. Life no longer feels fully enclosed by birth. Possibility stretches. The medieval world taught that place defined fate. The new world whispers that movement can change it. Not everyone leaves. Most never will. But they know that leaving exists, and knowing changes stillness. England does not become restless. It becomes aware. The island remains rooted. Fields still bind people to soil. Law still shapes life. But imagination begins to travel even when bodies do not. A farmer who never sees the sea still hears of it. A child who never boards a ship still imagines other skies. A nation that once stood apart now feels the pull of elsewhere. This is not escape. It is connection. For a people who feel connected begin to measure themselves not only against memory but against possibility. England's identity stretches, not to dissolve, to breathe. The sea that once marked an edge becomes a bridge, and across that bridge moves a future shaped not only by what the island has been, but by what the world now brings to its shores. Opening is not the same as surrender. England learns this. It receives stories from distant shores without losing its own voice. It welcomes goods from foreign hands without forgetting the shape of its fields. It listens to other ways of believing without abandoning the rhythms that have steadied it for centuries. The island does not dissolve. It widens. A new fruit appears in a market and becomes ordinary. A foreign word enters speech and settles into accent. A distant custom is discussed, not feared. These changes do not arrive as commands, they drift, and drifting is gentle. The medieval world had protected itself by closure. Walls, customs, and certainties formed a shell against chaos. That shell preserved the island through dark centuries. Now, preservation takes a different form, not exclusion, but absorption. England begins to understand that strength is not only resistance, it is integration. A people who can take in what is new without losing what is old become resilient in a deeper way. They are not shaken by difference. They are not undone by encounter. They change without vanishing. This is rare in history. Most lands open by force. Most identities fracture under pressure. Most traditions shatter when stretched. England bends. It bends because it remembers. It remembers conquest. It remembers fracture. It remembers how brittle certainty becomes ruin. So it chooses flexibility, not because it is weak, because it has endured. The island becomes a place where old stone and new idea coexist, where cathedrals stand beside printed pages, where ancient prayers are spoken by people who now know the world is vast. It does not abandon itself. It grows, and growth changes posture. England no longer stands only against the world. It stands within it, rooted, cautious, aware. The medieval age taught the island how to survive isolation. The emerging age teaches it how to remain itself while connected. And in that balance, between root and horizon, between memory and encounter, the island becomes something few nations ever achieve: open without vanishing, strong without closing, an ancient land learning, quietly and deliberately, how to belong to a wider world without forgetting who it has been. Most people will never cross an ocean. They will live where they were born, work the same soil, walk the same roads their parents walked, yet something new has begun. Their minds travel. A man who has never seen a ship imagines distant ports. A woman who has never left her village speaks of lands she knows only through story. A child who has never climbed a hill beyond home draws maps of places he has never touched. England discovers that movement is no longer only physical, it is imaginative. The medieval world kept people enclosed by necessity. Distance meant danger. Travel meant risk. Most lives unfolded within a few miles of birth. Now, distance becomes narrative. A book crosses a county faster than any horse. A tale from abroad reaches a hearth in winter. A rumor of discovery alters how a boy dreams. The island remains still, but its thoughts roam. This changes ambition. A craftsman no longer believes his son must live exactly as he has lived. A farmer imagines that learning may open doors soil cannot. A girl grows knowing that her life might reach further than her mother's. The medieval world taught that place defined destiny. The emerging world teaches that destiny may exceed place. This does not break tradition, it stretches it. Fields are still worked. Seasons still rule. Life remains grounded. Yet within that grounding, imagination begins to rise. England becomes a land where people can remain rooted and still feel motion. A man who never leaves his village may still change how he thinks. A woman who never sees the sea may still feel the pull of it. A child who never travels may still grow beyond boundaries. The island learns that growth does not always require departure. It requires awareness. And awareness, once awakened, alters even the quietest life. The medieval age taught England how to endure within limits. The new age teaches it how to expand within them, not by tearing walls down, by looking beyond them. And in that looking, the nation begins to understand that the future is not only something that arrives, it is something imagined long before it appears. Dreams used to fit the land. A boy dreamed of his father's plow. A girl dreamed of her mother's hearth. A man dreamed of a better harvest. A woman dreamed of peace in winter. Life was measured by seasons. Now, dreams begin to stretch. A child hears of distant cities and wonders what it would be like to walk streets where no one knows his name. A student reads of scholars abroad and imagines a life shaped by words instead of soil. A sailor returns with stories that make even the horizon feel incomplete. These dreams do not uproot everyone. Most remain, but remaining changes. For when a person knows that other paths exist, staying becomes choice rather than fate. The medieval world made life inevitable. The emerging world makes it intentional. A farmer still farms. But he knows another life exists. A craftsman still shapes wood. But he senses that knowledge may travel farther than his hands. A village still gathers. But its people are no longer enclosed by silence. This transforms how people endure hardship. Hunger is no longer only curse, it is something others have escaped. Illness is no longer destiny, it is something knowledge might change. Poverty is no longer unquestioned, it is compared. Comparison awakens agency. England begins to feel that suffering is not always ordained, it may be altered. The medieval age taught resignation. The new age whispers possibility, not revolution, not rebellion. A whisper, what if life could be different? This question moves quietly through homes and hearts. It does not topple kings. It does not shatter tradition. It changes posture. A people who ask, what if no longer stand entirely within what is? They stand partly within what might be. England becomes a land where even the stillest life contains motion, where even the quietest field holds a question. And in that question lies the seed of every future transformation, not planted by conquest, not forced by decree, but carried by imagination. Curiosity was once dangerous. To ask too much invited suspicion. To wonder aloud risked censure. To imagine differently felt like disobedience. The medieval world survived by discouraging questions. Now, questions begin to live openly. A child asks why stars move. A student asks how books are made. A farmer asks whether better tools exist beyond his valley. These questions do not shatter belief. They deepen it. For a mind that wonders does not abandon meaning, it seeks it. England begins to treat curiosity not as threat, but as motion. Not rebellion, but attention. A person who wonders is not necessarily disloyal. They are awake. This changes how knowledge is valued. A man who reads becomes respected. A woman who learns becomes resource. A teacher becomes guide rather than authority. The medieval world guarded knowledge. The emerging world circulates it. Ideas move from town to town, from hand to hand, from mind to mind. A book crosses a shire. A method spreads through craft. A rumor of invention alters expectation. England begins to live inside a current of thought. Not everyone swims, but everyone feels the water. A village may still live as it always has, yet it knows that change exists. That tools improve. That understanding grows. That the world does not stand still. This knowledge alters patience. People begin to wait not only for harvest, but for improvement. They endure hardship not only with faith, but with anticipation. They hope not only in heaven, but in tomorrow. The medieval age had promised meaning beyond life. The new age begins to promise meaning within it, not as certainty, as effort. A people who believe the world can be understood begin to believe it can be shaped. England does not yet declare this. It feels it, in the way questions linger, in the way answers evolve, in the way children expect more than repetition. Curiosity becomes habit, and habit becomes culture. A culture of wondering does not explode. It grows, quietly, persistently, until one day the world is no longer what it was, not because it was conquered, but because it was understood. For a long time, the world had been mysterious by design. Storms were signs. Illness was judgment. The stars were symbols. The medieval mind lived beneath wonder and fear. Now, wonder begins to change shape. A man learns that sickness follows patterns. A woman hears that storms obey winds. A student discovers that stars move by measure. Mystery does not vanish, it transforms. The world becomes something that can be approached, not conquered, not mastered, understood. This understanding does not destroy awe, it deepens it. For to know how something works is not to drain it of meaning. It is to stand closer to its design. A person who learns why the sun rises does not love it less. They love it differently. England begins to shift from a land that endures mystery to a land that studies it, not in every home, not in every heart, but in enough places to change the air. A craftsman improves a tool because he understands its motion. A farmer experiments because he observes the soil. A scholar writes because knowledge now feels shareable. The medieval world taught reverence for what could not be known. The emerging world teaches patience with what can. This is not arrogance. It is attention. A nation that believes the world can be understood begins to believe that suffering can be eased, that work can be refined, that life can be shaped not only by prayer, but by effort. England does not abandon heaven. It brings meaning closer to earth. Faith still speaks of eternity, but thought now speaks of improvement. People begin to live as if tomorrow might be better because of what they do today. This changes how hardship feels. A failed harvest is no longer only God's will. It is a problem. An illness is no longer only fate. It is a puzzle. A broken tool is no longer merely loss. It is a challenge. Challenge invites response, and response becomes progress. Not loud, not sudden, but cumulative. The medieval age taught England how to endure what it could not change. The new age teaches it how to change what it endures. And in that lesson, the island steps fully into a world where mystery still exists, but no longer forbids the human mind from reaching toward it. England begins to feel different in its own hands, not in the shape of its hills, not in the sound of its bells, but in the way its people meet the world. A farmer no longer plants only because his father did. He watches the soil. He measures the rain. He adjusts. A craftsman no longer builds only by tradition. He experiments, he refines, he improves. A student no longer memorizes only to obey. He questions, he compares, he understands. The island becomes thoughtful. The medieval world had lived within patterns handed down through time. Those patterns preserved life. They gave stability in chaos. They offered survival when survival was all that mattered. But now, survival is no longer the only horizon. England begins to live as if life can be shaped, not perfectly, not endlessly, but meaningfully. This is subtle. No revolution announces it. No crown proclaims it. It appears in behavior, in the way people pause before repeating error, in the way they search for better methods, in the way they teach children not only what to do, but why. Thought becomes practice. The island that once endured the world now begins to engage it. Engagement is not defiance, it is participation. A nation that participates in the world no longer feels entirely subject to it. Storms still come, illness still strikes, death still waits. But these are no longer the only forces that shape life. Human effort enters the balance. The medieval age taught England how to survive in mystery. The emerging age teaches it how to work within it. Mystery remains, but it no longer paralyzes, it invites. England steps into a dawn that does not banish night, it illuminates. A land that once bowed before the unknown now stands beneath it, curious, patient, and ready to think. And thinking, once rooted in a people, becomes the quiet engine of every future age. For centuries, life in England had flowed along grooves worn by time. You did what your father did. You believed what your mother believed. You lived where you were born. You died where you had worked. This was not oppression, it was continuity. It kept the island alive through darkness. It bound generations together when survival required sameness. It made endurance possible. But now, continuity begins to change its meaning. A son learns his father's trade and then asks how it might be done better. A daughter inherits her mother's prayers and then wonders what they truly mean. A student receives ancient knowledge and then compares it with new thought. Inheritance no longer ends in repetition. It becomes beginning. The medieval world had passed life forward like a sealed vessel. The new world passes it forward like an open hand. This does not sever lineage. It transforms it. A father teaches his child not only how to farm, but how to observe. A mother teaches her daughter not only what to believe, but how to reflect. An elder teaches not only what happened, but what might yet happen. The past remains present, but it no longer dictates. A people who inherit with understanding begin to differ gently from those who came before, not in rejection, in evolution. England becomes a land where tradition is still honored, but no longer unquestioned. This is not rebellion, it is maturity. A child who asks why does not hate the parent. A student who questions does not despise the teacher. A worker who improves does not betray the craft, they carry it forward. The medieval age preserved life by repetition. The emerging age preserves it by growth. England does not break from what it has been, it grows out of it. And growth, unlike conquest, leaves no ruins. It leaves continuity, changed, deepened, alive. The island steps further into a world where the future is no longer merely inherited, it is interpreted. And in that interpretation, England becomes not only a keeper of history, but a partner in what history will become. At first, change felt accidental, a better plow, a clearer map, a sharper tool, a book that explained more than it commanded. Each improvement seemed isolated, a small advantage. A lucky idea, a rare mind, but slowly, a pattern forms. People begin to expect that things can be better than they were. A farmer no longer accepts poor yield as destiny. A craftsman no longer tolerates inefficiency as tradition. A student no longer memorizes without seeking meaning. Expectation shifts. The medieval world had prepared people for endurance. It taught them how to live within limits, how to survive without imagining escape, how to find meaning in acceptance. The emerging world teaches something new, that effort matters, not in every moment, not in every life, but often enough to change the air. A man repairs a broken tool rather than discarding it. A woman teaches her child to read so their life may widen. A teacher revises his lesson because understanding can deepen. These acts are ordinary, yet together they form a revolution without banners. For a people who expect improvement begin to live differently. They observe, they adjust, they experiment. Failure becomes lesson, success becomes model, the future becomes project. England begins to move with a quiet momentum, not driven by decree, not enforced by law, carried by habit. A generation grows that assumes tomorrow may be shaped, that hardship may be eased, that knowledge may accumulate, that life need not repeat itself exactly. This does not destroy faith, it partners with it. Prayer remains, hope remains, Meaning remains, but now hope has two horizons. One beyond the world, one within it. The medieval age taught England how to endure what could not be changed. The new age teaches it to change what can be endured. And once a people begin to expect that effort can shape tomorrow, they no longer stand entirely beneath fate, they walk beside it. Carefully, patiently, with tools in their hands and questions in their minds, the island steps into an age where improvement is no longer miracle, it is possibility. And possibility, once felt, becomes motion. For the first time in its long story, England begins to feel that tomorrow is not merely awaited, it is prepared. A village repairs a bridge knowing it will serve children yet unborn. A scholar writes not only for his peers, but for minds he will never meet. A parent teaches not only survival but possibility. The future becomes tangible, not as prophecy, not as fate, but as work. The medieval world had lived beneath the weight of eternity. Life was a brief passage, meaning lay beyond reach. What endured was heaven, not earth. The emerging world begins to believe that earth too can endure. A field can be improved. A law can be refined. A mind can be expanded. These beliefs do not replace faith, they complement it. Heaven remains a promise. But now, tomorrow becomes a responsibility. England steps into a posture unknown to its ancestors, not merely surviving, not merely remembering, but building tools, building knowledge, building habits, building lives that differ gently from what came before. This is not arrogance, it is hope grounded in effort. A people who believe they can shape the world do not wait passively. They do not bow entirely to circumstance. They meet it. Storms still come. Illness still strikes. Death still claims. But these are no longer the only authors of destiny. Human hands join the story. The medieval age taught England how to endure the world. The new age teaches it how to participate in it. Participation is slow. It is uncertain. It is uneven. But it is real. And once a nation learns that its future can be built, not by kings alone, not by fate alone, but by countless ordinary choices, it steps fully into a world where history is no longer something that happens over its head. It is something that grows beneath its feet. England stands in that moment now, an ancient land carrying stone and memory, learning at last that tomorrow is not only inherited, it is made. For most of its history, England had known people by their place. You were someone's son, someone's wife, a villager of this field, a servant of that lord. Identity flowed outward from position. To exist was to belong. The medieval world did not ask who you were, it told you. Now, something new begins to stir beneath that certainty. A man wonders what he believes, not only what he has been taught. A woman senses that her thoughts are her own, not merely echoes. A child begins to imagine a self beyond name and duty. This is not rebellion, it is awareness. People begin to feel that they possess an inner life distinct from their role. That beneath occupation and obligation lies something private: thought, conscience, desire. The medieval world had shaped people from the outside in. The emerging world begins to awaken from the inside out. A farmer still plows. A mother still tends. A craftsman still shapes wood. But within these acts, a quiet realization grows. I am more than my task. A man kneels in prayer and feels that God hears him, not only his position. A woman listens to a sermon and weighs it within her own heart. A youth reads a book and feels a world open inside his mind. This inwardness changes how life is felt. Obedience becomes reflection. Tradition becomes choice. Belonging becomes personal. The island does not yet speak of individuals, but it begins to live as if each soul carries its own weight. The medieval age taught England that order comes from place. The new age begins to suggest that meaning also arises from within. This does not dissolve community. it deepens it. For when a person recognizes themselves as a self, they begin to recognize others the same way, not only as roles but as minds. A neighbor is no longer only a worker, he is a person. A woman is no longer only a daughter, she is a voice. A child is no longer only an heir, he is a becoming. England steps into a world where people are not merely shaped by life, they begin to feel that they are their own lives. And in that quiet realization lies the beginning of everything modern. The change does not arrive as declaration. No one stands in a square and proclaims, "I am myself." It arrives as pause. A man hears an order and hesitates, not in defiance but in thought. A woman feels doubt rise and does not immediately bury it. A youth senses that his dreams do not fully match the path laid before him. These moments pass quietly, yet they alter the shape of life. The medieval world had given people certainty by removing choice. You were born into meaning. You walked a path drawn long before your first breath. To question was to risk exile, from community, from God, from safety. Now, questioning becomes internal. A man asks himself what is right. A woman weighs belief within her own heart. A child learns that thought is not only received, it is formed. This inward turn does not destroy faith. It personalizes it. Prayer becomes conversation rather than ritual. Duty becomes conviction rather than habit. Obedience becomes agreement rather than reflex. England begins to feel that belief is something lived, not merely inherited. The medieval world had spoken at the soul. The emerging world begins to speak with it. People still gather. They still kneel. They still work and endure. But beneath these shared acts, inner lives deepen. A man may outwardly conform while inwardly reflecting. A woman may follow tradition while privately shaping it. A youth may walk the same road as his father while imagining a different horizon. The island becomes layered, an outer world of continuity, an inner world of thought. This inwardness is not isolation, it is awareness. A person who knows their own mind begins to recognize that others have minds as well, that neighbors carry unseen worlds. That disagreement does not always mean malice. England slowly becomes a place where inner life matters, not yet in law, not yet in rights, but in feeling. A people who begin to feel themselves as selves begin to treat one another differently, not always kindly, not always wisely, but consciously. The medieval age shaped lives from without. The new age begins to awaken them from within. And in that awakening, the island takes another step away from fate, toward a world where each life is not only lived, but experienced as one's own. At first, conscience speaks only in silence. It stirs when a command feels heavy. It whispers when a custom feels hollow. It lingers when a choice feels wrong. The medieval world had taught people to quiet that voice, to trust that meaning descended from above, to believe that obedience was virtue and doubt was danger. Now, that inner voice begins to remain. A man feels unease at an order and does not dismiss it as weakness. A woman senses injustice and holds the feeling rather than burying it. A youth feels drawn toward a different life and allows the thought to stay. These moments do not yet become action, they become awareness. For the first time, people begin to feel that right and wrong may live not only in law or pulpit, but within themselves. Conscience becomes companion, not enemy. This does not overthrow authority, it reshapes it. A ruler must now persuade as well as command. A priest must now explain as well as instruct. A parent must now guide as well as direct. England begins to live in a world where legitimacy requires resonance with the inner life. A law that feels unjust breeds resistance. A teaching that feels empty invites doubt. A custom that no longer fits begins to loosen. This is not rebellion, it is alignment. People seek harmony between outer demand and inner truth. The medieval world asked, "What is required of me?" The new world begins to ask, "What do I believe is right?" These questions do not destroy order. They humanize it. A person who follows a rule because it feels just follows it more deeply than one who follows only from fear. A faith chosen is stronger than a faith inherited without thought. England begins to cultivate this depth, not in every heart, not in every place, but enough to change the tone of life. A man who once obeyed blindly now listens inwardly. A woman who once accepted without question now weighs meaning. A child who once repeated now wonders. Conscience becomes part of daily life, and when conscience enters history, power changes shape. For authority that must speak to the inner world can no longer rely only on force. It must reach the mind. It must touch the heart. The medieval age ruled bodies. The emerging age begins to encounter souls. And in that encounter, England steps closer to a world where the measure of a life is not only what is done, but what is believed, chosen, and carried within. When people begin to live inwardly, the world becomes deeper. A village is no longer only roofs and roads. It is a gathering of minds. A church is no longer only stone and sound. It is a room full of private prayers. A kingdom is no longer only land and law. It is a multitude of inner lives moving together. England begins to feel this depth. A man walking through a crowd realizes that each face hides a story. A woman listening to a sermon senses that every listener hears it differently. A child grows knowing that others think, fear, and hope in ways unseen. The medieval world had treated people as roles: farmer, priest, lord, servant. The emerging world begins to recognize people as selves. This recognition changes how conflict feels. Disagreement is no longer only defiance. It becomes difference of inner worlds. Suffering is no longer only misfortune. It becomes personal experience. Justice is no longer only rule. It becomes something that must speak to the heart. England does not yet build institutions around this truth, but it feels it. A neighbor's pain is no longer only noise. It is someone's inner storm. A stranger's belief is no longer only error. It is someone's meaning. This does not create harmony, it creates awareness, and awareness slows cruelty. For a person who sees others as minds hesitates before reducing them to enemies. The medieval age taught the island how to manage bodies. The new age begins to teach it how to live among souls. A nation of inner worlds cannot be ruled in the same way as a nation of roles. It requires language, persuasion, explanation. It requires care. England steps into this complexity quietly, not by decree, not by revolution, but by feeling that each life carries weight beyond function, feeling that each voice rises from a private universe, feeling that community is no longer only shared labor, but shared humanity. And in that feeling lies the seed of every future right, every future freedom, every future demand for dignity. The medieval world built England as a structure. The emerging world begins to reveal it as a collection of selves, a people no longer only living together, but experiencing together. And once a nation begins to sense the inner life of its people, it can never again be only a kingdom. It becomes a human world. For centuries, England measured life by outward things: land owned, titles held, fields worked, obligations fulfilled, worth was visible. A man's place in the world could be read in his clothing, his speech, his posture before power. A woman's value was traced through family, duty, and silence. A child's future was written before the child could speak. The medieval world was built on surfaces. Now, something quieter begins to replace that measure. People start to sense that a life cannot be fully seen. A laborer who speaks with insight earns respect. A woman who reads carries unseen power. A child who questions reveals depth no lineage predicts. Value begins to move inward, not in law, not in rank, in feeling. A man listens to another and realizes that wisdom does not always wear authority. A teacher discovers that brilliance may rise from unexpected places. A priest senses that faith does not belong only to those who speak from pulpits. England begins to measure people less by position and more by presence. Who they are, how they think, what they carry within. The medieval world had arranged people like stones in a wall. Each had a place, each had a function. Each was replaceable. The emerging world begins to see people as lives, unique, irreplaceable, layered. This does not erase hierarchy. Power still rules. Wealth still divides. Birth still matters. But beneath these structures, something shifts. A servant becomes a voice. A craftsman becomes a mind. A farmer becomes a story. The island begins to feel that each person contains a world, and a nation that feels this cannot remain the same. For once life is measured not only by what it produces, but by what it is. Every interaction carries weight. A command becomes a conversation. A judgment becomes a reflection. A neighbor becomes a presence. England steps into an age where the human measure grows heavier than the inherited one. Not abolishing order, not shattering structure, but softening its edges. The medieval age built a kingdom of roles. The new age begins to reveal a kingdom of lives. And in that revelation, power slowly learns that it no longer stands above humanity. It stands among it. The change does not announce itself in law. No decree states that every soul now matters. No crown declares that dignity lives in all. It happens in moments. A lord listens when a servant speaks with clarity. A teacher pauses when a child asks an unexpected question. A magistrate hesitates before dismissing a poor man's plea. These pauses are small, yet they are revolutionary, for the medieval world had taught that worth flows downward, from God to king, from king to lord, from lord to laborer. Value descended like sunlight, leaving shadows where it did not reach. Now, worth begins to feel inherent. A man does not matter only because he serves. A woman does not matter only because she belongs. A child does not matter only because he will become useful. They matter because they are. This realization grows quietly. A craftsman respects another not for rank but for thought. A neighbor listens not out of duty but out of recognition. A parent sees in a child not merely an heir but a mind. England begins to sense that dignity is not granted, it is present. The medieval world had arranged people as parts of a structure. Each stone supported the wall. Each could be replaced. The emerging world begins to feel that each life is a story, and stories cannot be exchanged. This awareness changes how harm is perceived. A wound is no longer only damage to labor. It is suffering. A loss is no longer only economic. It is grief. A death is no longer only absence. It is the end of a world. England does not yet build institutions around this truth, but it feels it. And feeling is the first step of transformation. For a people who begin to sense the inner worth of one another cannot forever accept a world built only on hierarchy. They may still live within it. They may still obey it, but they will no longer see it as the whole truth. The medieval age taught England how to order bodies. The new age begins to teach it how to recognize persons. And in that recognition lies the quiet beginning of dignity, not as gift from power, but as presence in every life. A nation that learns this will never again see itself merely as land and law. It will see itself as a gathering of human worlds. In the medieval world, suffering was everywhere. It came with hunger, with cold, with disease, with war. It was constant enough to become ordinary. A man died in the field and work continued. A child was lost and seasons still turned. A village emptied and life moved on. Pain belonged to fate. Now, as inner lives become visible, suffering changes its meaning. It gains a face. A man no longer sees hunger as mere scarcity. He sees a neighbor's hollow eyes. A woman no longer hears illness as rumor. She hears a friend's trembling breath. A child no longer understands death as distance. He feels absence. England begins to experience pain not only as condition but as experience. This alters compassion. The medieval world had taught endurance. To suffer was to live. To live was to endure. Now, endurance feels incomplete. People begin to feel that suffering deserves response. A neighbor brings food not only from charity but from recognition. A village gathers not only from duty but from shared grief. A stranger pauses not only from custom but from empathy. Empathy is new not as feeling, as practice. To feel another's pain as real. To imagine another's fear as one's own. To recognize that every hardship is someone's inner storm. This does not erase hardship. It reframes it. Suffering is no longer only God's will or life's burden. It becomes a call, not always answered, not always understood, but heard. England begins to live in a world where pain is no longer invisible. A wound is no longer just damage. It is someone's story. A loss is no longer only absence. It is someone's world undone. The medieval age taught the island how to bear suffering. The emerging age begins to teach it how to respond. And response changes everything. For a people who recognize suffering as personal cannot forever accept indifference as order. They may still endure. They may still lack power. But they will no longer believe that pain is simply the way things are. They will begin, quietly, to imagine a world where it might be less. And imagination, once turned toward compassion, becomes history's gentlest revolution. Mercy had always existed in England. It lived in alms left at church doors, in bread shared during famine, in shelter offered to travelers. But it was framed as duty, an act owed, a ritual of faith, a command from heaven. Now, mercy begins to feel different. It becomes personal. A man gives because he recognizes himself in another's hunger. A woman listens because she hears her own fear in a stranger's voice. A child comforts because another child's tears feel familiar. Mercy moves from obligation to impulse. This shift is small, yet it changes the texture of life. Kindness is no longer only something done because it is required. It becomes something done because another life feels real. The medieval world had practiced charity as obedience. The emerging world begins to practice compassion as connection. A village gathers for a grieving family not only because tradition demands it, but because absence is now felt. A neighbor intervenes in cruelty not only from fear of God, but from recognition of pain. A teacher protects a struggling child not only from duty, but from understanding. England begins to live in a world where mercy is not only vertical, flowing from God to man. It becomes horizontal. From person to person, this does not create universal kindness. Cruelty remains. Indifference remains. Hardness remains. But something new stands beside them. Awareness. A man who harms another now knows that he harms a world. A woman who turns away now senses what she abandons. A child who witnesses pain does not always forget. The medieval age taught the island how to survive suffering. The new age begins to teach it how to soften it. Softening is not weakness. It is recognition. Recognition that each life contains depth, that each wound echoes, that each act reaches beyond itself. England does not yet build a compassionate world. It begins to feel one. And feeling is the seed of every future law, every future right, every future demand that life be treated as more than function. A nation that learns mercy not only from heaven but from humanity itself takes its first step toward a world where dignity is not granted, it is assumed, quietly, one life at a time. Once, fairness meant order. Each knew their place. Each obeyed their station. Each accepted what was given. To disturb this balance was to invite chaos. The medieval world believed that justice flowed from position. A lord ruled because he was lord. A servant served because he was servant. Law mirrored hierarchy. Harmony meant remaining where one belonged. Now, something unsettles this simplicity. A man asks why one labors and another commands. A woman wonders why pain falls heavier on some lives than others. A child notices that effort and reward do not always meet. These questions do not yet become protest. They become awareness. Fairness begins to separate from rank. A farmer who works harder than his neighbor questions why hunger still visits his home. A craftsman who perfects his skill wonders why birth still weighs more than merit. A widow who loses protection senses that law does not always see her. England begins to feel that justice is not only order. It is balance, not balance of power, but of treatment. The medieval world had taught that inequality was natural. The emerging world begins to ask whether it is inevitable. This is dangerous, for to question inevitability is to open the door to change. Yet the questions remain quiet. They live in thought, in conversation, in pause. A man speaks of unfairness where once he would have spoken of fate. A woman teaches her child that kindness should not depend on station. A village murmurs when a punishment feels too harsh. Justice begins to move inward. It becomes something felt, not only enforced. A law that wounds feels wrong even if it is lawful. A custom that harms feels empty even if it is ancient. England begins to sense that right and wrong cannot be measured only by tradition. They must be measured by impact, by suffering, by dignity, by human cost. The medieval age taught England to preserve order. The new age begins to teach it to evaluate it. This does not destroy hierarchy, but it loosens its certainty. For a people who begin to ask whether the world is fair will not forever accept that it must remain as it is. They may endure, they may hesitate, they may wait, but the question has been born, and a question, once alive in a nation, becomes history's most patient force. For centuries, order had been unquestioned. It was as natural as winter, as fixed as the stars, as unquestionable as death. The medieval world believed that the shape of society was part of the universe itself. Kings ruled because kings existed. The poor labored because labor was their portion. To challenge this was to challenge creation. Now, order begins to feel answerable. A man watches a neighbor punished harshly and feels unease. A woman hears of a lord's cruelty and wonders if power excuses pain. A child sees two lives treated differently and asks why. These moments are quiet, but they are radical, for they suggest that authority is not sacred by itself. It must justify. A ruler who once commanded now senses that command alone is no longer enough. A priest who once spoke without question now feels the weight of persuasion. A parent who once demanded obedience now explains. England begins to live in a world where power must speak to conscience. Not everywhere, not always, but often enough to change expectation. A law is discussed not only for its existence, but for its effect. A punishment is weighed not only for its legality, but for its cruelty. A custom is questioned not only for its age, but for its harm. Justice begins to shift from structure to experience. The medieval world had asked, "Is this ordained?" The new world begins to ask, "Is this right? Right for whom? Right in what way? Right at what cost?" These questions do not tear down the kingdom, they deepen it. For a society that begins to ask about fairness is no longer content with survival alone. It seeks coherence between power and humanity. A farmer no longer accepts hardship as divine message without reflection. A laborer no longer sees suffering as only his burden. A village no longer witnesses cruelty without murmur. England does not yet rise, it stirs. Stirring is subtle. It lives in thought, in tone, In the way people speak of what ought to be, the medieval age taught the island how to maintain order. The emerging age begins to teach it that order must answer to life. And once order is asked to explain itself, it is no longer eternal, it becomes human. And what is human can change. Inequality had always existed. It was as familiar as the roads, as constant as the seasons, as unquestioned as gravity. Some owned land, some worked it, some commanded, some obeyed. The medieval world treated this arrangement as natural order. Each person stood where they were placed. To suffer was to live. To endure was to belong. Now, inequality begins to feel visible. A man notices that his labor feeds a table he will never sit at. A woman sees that her skill is valued less than a man's voice. A child wonders why one home is warm and another cold. These are not demands, they are perceptions, and perception changes reality. A hardship once accepted as fate now feels shaped. A limit once seen as destiny now feels imposed. A boundary once invisible now appears drawn by human hands. England begins to sense that difference in condition is not always difference in worth. A poor man speaks wisely. A wealthy man acts cruelly. A servant shows courage. A lord shows fear. The old equation, rank equals value, no longer holds completely. This realization does not topple the world, it reframes it. A farmer still farms. A noble still rules. A child still inherits circumstance. But beneath these continuities, a new awareness grows, that inequality is not the same as necessity, that suffering is not the same as meaning, that position is not the same as personhood. The medieval age had taught England to accept disparity as structure. The new age begins to feel it as question. Why does one life carry ease and another weight? Why does effort not always meet reward? Why does birth determine so much? These questions do not yet become movement. They become gravity, a silent pull beneath conversation, a tension beneath obedience, a murmur beneath custom. England begins to live with the weight of inequality as something felt, not merely lived, and what is felt cannot remain forever unspoken. For a people who sense imbalance begin, eventually, to imagine balance, not yet in action, not yet in law, but in thought. And thought, once turned toward fairness, becomes the seed of every future change. At first, no one speaks of rights. The word does not yet exist in the way it will. There is no banner, no manifesto, no declaration. There is only feeling. A man senses that he should not be beaten without cause. A woman feels that her voice should matter within her own home. A child believes that cruelty is wrong even when it is permitted. These are not laws, they are instincts. The medieval world had taught that protection flowed downward. A lord protected his people. A king protected his realm. God protected all. Safety was a gift from above. Now protection begins to feel like something owed, not by kindness, by justice. A villager believes he should not be harmed without reason. A worker feels he should be paid fairly for his labor. A family senses they should not lose everything at another's whim. These beliefs are quiet. They do not yet challenge the throne. They do not yet confront the law. They settle into expectation. A man begins to think, this should not happen to me. A woman begins to feel, this is not right. A child begins to assume, I matter. These thoughts are fragile, but they are irreversible. For once a person believes that their life has intrinsic claim, they no longer see themselves only as subject. They see themselves as human. The medieval age had taught England how to live beneath authority. The new age begins to teach it how to stand within it, not against, within. A ruler now faces people who obey, but also expect. A law now meets not only compliance, but conscience. A custom now encounters not only habit, but feeling. England does not yet become a land of rights. It becomes a land of questions. Should this be allowed? Is this just? Does this harm more than it helps? These questions do not erupt, they persist. They move from heart to heart, from parent to child, from neighbor to neighbor. A nation that begins to feel entitlement to dignity will not forever accept a world built only on power. It may wait, it may compromise, it may endure, but it will remember. And memory, once shaped by fairness rather than fate, becomes history's most patient force. In that quiet murmur, not yet law, not yet rebellion, but recognition, England takes another step toward a future where life is not only lived, but respected. Expectation is a powerful thing. It reshapes how suffering feels. It alters what people will tolerate. It changes the meaning of endurance. For centuries, England endured because there was no alternative. Life was what it was. Hunger arrived, cold followed, authority ruled, fate spoke. To live was to accept. Now, a subtle shift occurs. People begin to expect that life should not be only endured. A farmer no longer accepts loss as sacred without reflection. A laborer no longer sees pain as proof of belonging. A parent no longer believes that hardship must define a child's future. These expectations are not demands, they are awakenings. A man who once said, "This is how it is," now says, "It should not always be this way." A woman who once bowed now pauses. A child who once inherited silence now asks. The medieval world taught England that endurance was virtue. The emerging world begins to suggest that improvement is possible. This does not erase patience, it gives it direction. People still endure, they still labor, they still suffer. But endurance is no longer the end of thought, it becomes the beginning. A poor harvest becomes a problem to be solved. A cruel custom becomes something to question. An unfair judgment becomes something to remember. England begins to live as if tomorrow might be different from today, not because God will change it, but because people might. This belief is fragile, it can be crushed, it can be delayed, it can be ignored, but once it exists, it cannot be erased. For a people who expect better will not forever accept worse. They may wait, they may whisper, they may adapt quietly, but their eyes are no longer closed. The medieval age taught the island how to endure the world. The new age teaches it how to imagine one. An imagination, once born, becomes history's quiet engine, turning beneath centuries, shaping futures long before they arrive. Patience had always been England's companion. It waited through winters. It waited through wars. It waited through kings and plagues and silence. The medieval world had taught patience as surrender. Wait for heaven. Wait for fate. Wait for God. Now patience begins to change its meaning. It is no longer only endurance, it becomes intention. A man bears hardship not because he believes it is sacred, but because he hopes it can be eased. A woman accepts struggle not because it is fixed, but because she believes effort may matter. A child learns to wait not for rescue, but for growth. Waiting acquires direction. It points forward. The medieval world had waited because nothing else was possible. The emerging world waits because something may be. This transforms time itself. The future is no longer merely what arrives. It is what is prepared. A village saves grain not only to survive winter, but to improve next year. A parent teaches a child not only to obey, but to think. A craftsman refines a skill not only for today's work, but for tomorrow's mastery. People begin to live with a sense of continuity that extends beyond their own lives. A man plants a tree he will never see fully grown. A woman preserves a story for a child not yet born. A teacher writes words meant for minds he will never meet. England begins to feel itself stretched across generations, not as repetition, as progress. This does not abolish hardship, it reframes it. Suffering becomes something that may be reduced. Ignorance becomes something that may be answered. Injustice becomes something that may be challenged. The medieval age taught the island to endure time. The new age begins to teach it to use it. A people who believe that tomorrow can be shaped do not waste their waiting. They invest it in habits, in learning, in children, in memory. England becomes a land where patience is no longer only survival, it is preparation. And preparation, once rooted in a people, becomes the quiet architecture of change, not sudden, not loud, but inevitable, for a nation that waits with purpose is already walking toward its future. Hope had once belonged almost entirely to heaven. It lived beyond life, beyond labor, beyond history. The medieval world placed its brightest promises beyond the grave. Earth was trial, heaven was answer. To hope too much for this world felt dangerous. Now, hope begins to settle closer to the ground. A man believes that his son's life may be easier than his own. A woman imagines that knowledge might spare her children from fear. A village senses that the next generation may live differently. These hopes are not miracles, they are modest. And that is what makes them powerful. The medieval world hoped for salvation. The emerging world begins to hope for improvement, not perfection, not paradise, a better harvest, a kinder law, a gentler childhood, a fairer judgment. Hope becomes practical. It enters daily life. A farmer plants with expectation, not resignation. A parent teaches with faith in growth. A teacher speaks as if minds can change the world. This is fragile. Hope can be broken. It can be delayed. It can be betrayed. Yet once a people learn to hope for this world, they no longer see suffering as the final word. They see it as condition, and conditions can change. England begins to live with this quiet conviction that tomorrow is not only God's domain, it is also human ground. The medieval age taught the island how to endure in faith. The new age begins to teach it how to act in hope. Hope reshapes courage. A man speaks where once he would have been silent. A woman protects where once she would have endured. A child dreams where once he would have accepted. These acts are small. They do not overturn power. They alter posture. People stand differently within their lives. They lift their eyes. They measure hardship against possibility. They begin to believe that life is not only something that happens to them, it is something that unfolds with them. England steps into an age where hope no longer waits at the edge of eternity. It walks beside daily life. And wherever hope walks, change follows, not in storms, not in fire, but in footsteps, one generation at a time. For the first time in its long story, England begins to feel that the future is not merely an extension of the past. It is something new, not unknown in the old sense, as threat, as punishment, as fate, but unknown as possibility. A child grows believing that life may hold more than repetition. A parent teaches not only survival, but aspiration. A village looks toward the next season not only with caution, but with intention. The medieval world had lived beneath tomorrow. The emerging world begins to live toward it. This changes how people endure hardship. They still struggle. They still suffer. They still lose. But loss no longer feels final in the same way. A failed harvest is a setback, not a sentence. A harsh winter is a season, not a destiny. A difficult life is a chapter, not the whole story. England begins to carry time differently. Time is no longer only a river that drags people forward. It becomes a path they walk. A man who once counted years now measures progress. A woman who once feared change now imagines growth. A child who once inherited silence now expects voice. This does not abolish fear, it balances it. Fear remains, but it no longer stands alone. It stands beside hope, and hope changes posture. People straighten when they walk. They speak with more weight. They listen with more care. They begin to live as if their lives participate in something larger than survival. The medieval age taught England how to remain. The new age teaches it how to become. Becoming is slow, it does not shout. It does not march. It does not burn, it gathers in homes. in schools, in fields, in minds. A nation that begins to feel its future as open has already crossed a threshold. For once people believe that life can be different, that tomorrow can be shaped, that hardship is not holy, they will never again live entirely within yesterday. England stands in that moment now, an ancient land, heavy with memory, learning to carry something new, expectation, not of glory, not of conquest, not of certainty, but of change, quiet, human, and irreversible. For centuries, England spoke backward. It spoke in ancestors, in customs, in stories of what had been. Every decision leaned on memory. Every rule leaned on tradition. Every life leaned on precedent. The past was authority. Now, language begins to change. People begin to speak in futures. A parent says, "When you grow." A teacher says, "One day you may." A farmer says, "Next year we will try." These phrases would once have felt fragile. Now they feel natural. England begins to speak forward. The medieval world had used language to preserve. The emerging world begins to use it to project. Words no longer only describe what is. They imagine what might be. A craftsman speaks of better tools before they exist. A scholar writes of worlds not yet mapped. A child tells stories that do not end where life begins. Speech becomes creative. It no longer only reflects reality, it shapes it. A man who says "we could" alters what others believe is possible. A woman who says "it can change" weakens the grip of inevitability. A child who asks "why not" widens the world. The medieval age taught England to speak in reverence. The new age begins to teach it to speak in intention. This does not erase memory, it partners with it. The past becomes foundation, not ceiling. People still tell old stories. They still honor ancient names. They still walk inherited roads. But now those stories end differently, not with "and so it has always been," but with "and so it may become." England begins to live inside a language that moves, a language that opens doors, a language that points beyond itself. For a nation that learns to speak forward begins to see itself not as finished, but as unfolding. And unfolding is the shape of every future age. Imagination had once been a luxury. It belonged to poets, to monks, to those removed from labor and hunger. For most lives, there was no room to imagine otherwise. Life demanded endurance, not vision. To dream too far beyond one station was to invite disappointment or danger. Now, imagination begins to move among ordinary people. A farmer imagines a field that yields more than it ever has. A worker imagines a life not defined solely by toil. A child imagines a future that does not resemble the past. These imaginings are not rebellion, they are breath. The medieval world had trained people to live within what was. The emerging world begins to let them live within what could be. This requires courage. To imagine otherwise is to accept that the world is not fixed, that suffering is not sacred, that power is not eternal, that life may be shaped. A man who imagines a fairer world must live in an unfair one. A woman who imagines opportunity must endure limitation. A child who imagines change must grow inside delay. Imagination creates tension between what is and what might be, but that tension is movement. It stretches the present toward the future. England begins to live within that stretch. A village debates not only what to preserve, but what to improve. A teacher speaks not only of what is known, but of what remains to be discovered. A parent raises a child not only to fit the world, but to question it. The medieval age had offered safety and certainty. The new age offers possibility in uncertainty. Possibility is fragile. It can be crushed by fear. It can be silenced by power. It can be postponed by hardship. Yet once a people learn to imagine otherwise, the world cannot fully close around them again. They have seen beyond its edges. They have felt another shape. England becomes a land where imagination no longer belongs only to story. It enters life. And when imagination enters life, history changes its direction. Not suddenly, not violently, but inevitably, for a nation that can imagine another way will, one day, begin to walk it. At first, the future had been abstract, a distant horizon, a promise spoken by priests, a season that would arrive whether one wished it or not. Now the future begins to feel intimate. It belongs to children. It lives in choices. It waits inside ordinary days. A father looks at his son and does not see only inheritance, he sees potential. A mother teaches her daughter not only how to survive, but how to choose. A teacher speaks not only of what has been, but of what might yet be built. The future is no longer something that happens to people. It becomes something that happens through them. The medieval world had taught that destiny descended. The emerging world teaches that destiny grows. A man begins to ask not only, "What will happen?" but, "What will I leave?" A woman begins to sense that her words today may shape tomorrow's tone. A child begins to feel that their thoughts matter before they act. Life gains direction, not a single direction, not a certain one, but a sense that time is moving with them, not merely over them. This changes how people treat their days. A task becomes preparation. A lesson becomes investment. A kindness becomes legacy. England begins to live as if every ordinary act carries tomorrow within it. The medieval age taught the island how to endure time. The new age teaches it how to inhabit it. Time is no longer only something that passes. It becomes something that accumulates. A habit repeated becomes a culture. A story told becomes a belief. A value practiced becomes a future. The island feels this accumulation, not as burden, as meaning. A nation that begins to experience the future as personal no longer lives only for survival. It lives for continuity, not of land, not of power, of people, of minds, of hopes. England steps into an age where every life is felt not only as present, but as part of what comes next. And in that awareness, history becomes intimate. It is no longer written only by kings. It is carried by everyone who imagines a tomorrow and chooses, in small ways, to shape it. England no longer stands only within what it has been. It begins to lean forward, not in haste, not in rebellion, but in posture. A nation once shaped entirely by memory now begins to be shaped by anticipation. A man wakes and thinks not only of what must be done, but of what might be improved. A woman speaks not only to preserve peace, but to build understanding. A child grows not only into the world, but toward a vision of it. The medieval world had taught people to live inside limits. The emerging world teaches them to live at the edge of them. This does not erase fear. The unknown remains vast. Change remains uncertain. Failure remains possible. But fear no longer stands alone. It walks beside hope, and hope changes how fear behaves. It becomes caution rather than paralysis. It becomes care rather than silence. It becomes awareness rather than surrender. England begins to move in this balance between what is known and what is imagined, between what has been endured and what may be built, between memory and possibility. This movement is slow. It happens in homes, in schools, in conversations, in choices too small to be recorded, yet history is made of such choices. A man chooses to teach rather than command. A woman chooses to listen rather than dismiss. A child chooses to question rather than accept. Each choice bends the future slightly. 1,000 such bends become a new direction. The medieval age taught the island how to survive the weight of time. The new age teaches it how to walk within it. Not dragged, not crushed, walking. A people who walk toward what is not yet are no longer bound entirely by what has been. They carry their past, but they are not imprisoned by it. They remember and they move. England becomes such a people, not suddenly, not perfectly, but unmistakably. An ancient land, heavy with stone and story, learning at last to step forward, not because it must, but because it can. Every transformation carries a moment when it stops being preparation and becomes direction. England reaches that moment quietly. There is no trumpet, no single event, no line in the sky, only a feeling spreading like dawn. People no longer speak of change as rumor. They speak of it as movement. A village discusses how to improve its school. A town debates how to govern more wisely. A family plans not only for survival but for growth. The medieval world had been a long beginning, a time of endurance, of survival, of waiting. It taught the island how to remain standing while storms passed. Now that long beginning ends not in destruction, in readiness. England does not abandon its past, it stands upon it. Stone becomes foundation, memory becomes guide, tradition becomes tool. The island feels solid beneath its own feet. For the first time, it does not fear the future as unknown punishment. It meets it as open space. A craftsman works knowing his skill may shape generations. A teacher speaks knowing minds will carry her words beyond her life. A child grows knowing that life is not only something to endure, but something to shape. This is the true crossing, not from old to new, not from medieval to modern, but from fate to participation. The medieval age taught England how to survive the world. The emerging age has taught it how to imagine it. Now, a third lesson begins, how to build within it. The island stands at the threshold not of certainty, but of agency, not knowing exactly where it will go, but knowing it will move. History is no longer only behind it, it stretches ahead. And England, once a land shaped entirely by what happened to it, becomes a people aware that what comes next will, in part, be written by their own hands. England does not forget who it has been. It cannot. Every field carries footsteps. Every wall carries echoes. Every road remembers. The medieval world still lives in stone and song, in prayer and posture, in the way people gather and the way they wait. It has not vanished. It has settled. What changes is how it is carried. Memory no longer weighs like a chain. It steadies like ground. A people who once looked backward for permission now look backward for guidance. The past becomes a teacher, not a ruler. Its wounds become warnings. Its triumphs become tools. A king recalls the cost of arrogance. A judge remembers the harm of blind law. A parent tells a child not only what happened, but why it mattered. History becomes conversation, not command. England begins to live as a place where what was and what will be speak to one another. A bridge is repaired using knowledge born of centuries. A school is built using dreams born of yesterday's limits. A law is written remembering both harm and hope. The island learns that progress does not require forgetting. It requires integration, stone and imagination, tradition and choice, endurance and aspiration. The medieval age had taught England how to stand. The new age teaches it how to move without falling. Movement no longer feels like betrayal. It feels like continuation. A man improves a craft and feels he honors those who taught him. A woman challenges a custom and feels she protects what truly matters. A child learns history not as cage but as compass. England becomes a land where motion grows from memory, where change is not rupture, it is evolution. The people no longer ask, how do we preserve what we were? They ask, how do we carry it forward? And in that question lies the final turning. For a nation that learns to move with its past rather than beneath it is no longer bound to repeat. It becomes capable of becoming. An ancient land, heavy with centuries, now walking, not away from itself, but onward, with memory in its hands and tomorrow in its eyes. There is a quiet moment when a nation realizes that history is no longer only something it remembers. It is something it creates. England reaches that moment not through conquest or decree, but through awareness. A sense settles into daily life that what is done now will be spoken of later. That choices made in kitchens and classrooms will one day be called origins. A parent pauses before speaking, aware that a child will carry the tone forward. A teacher chooses a word carefully, sensing it may echo beyond the room. A craftsman shapes with patience, knowing his work may outlast his name. These acts do not feel historic, yet they are. For history is not only wars and crowns, it is habits that endure. The medieval world had taught England to receive history, to inherit, to repeat, to preserve. The emerging world teaches it something new, that history is written in ordinary moments. A kindness becomes tradition. A question becomes method. A value becomes culture. England begins to feel itself inside a story that is still unfolding, not a tale already told, not a script already written, a living narrative. People no longer stand only beneath time, they walk within it. They sense that what they choose matters not because it will be praised, but because it will be continued. That their lives are not merely passages between birth and death, but threads in something larger. This awareness does not make them grand, it makes them careful. A man who knows he is writing becomes attentive. A woman who knows she is shaping becomes deliberate. A child who knows the future is open grows alert. England becomes a place where people begin to live with authorship, not of empires, not of destiny, of tone, of habit, of direction. The medieval age taught the island how to endure. The new age has taught it how to imagine. Now it begins to learn how to compose, slowly, imperfectly, humanly. A people who know they are writing no longer wait for history to arrive, they meet it. And in that meeting, the island becomes what it has never fully been before, not merely a land that survives time, but a people who shape it. England stands now as something it has never been before, not a finished kingdom, not a fixed identity, not a story already told. It stands as a beginning that knows it is a beginning, an ancient land, shaped by invasion, faith, hunger, endurance, memory, and restraint, now carries something new within its long bones, the awareness that tomorrow is not merely received, it is formed. The medieval world taught this island how to survive. Storm after storm, it learned to stand. Crown after crown, it learned to endure. War after war, it learned to remain. The emerging world taught it how to imagine, to question, to feel, to hope, to see each life as a world. And now, England learns how to move forward with both, not abandoning stone, not forgetting prayer, not dissolving memory, but walking with them. A farmer plants knowing that fields can improve. A parent teaches knowing that children may live differently. A nation remembers knowing that memory can guide rather than bind. The island no longer waits for history, it participates. It knows that every habit becomes culture. Every word becomes tone. Every choice becomes direction. England becomes not merely a place where time passes, but a people who carry time forward. This is the end of the medieval beginning, not in fire, not in revolution, in awareness. The awareness that life is not only endured, it is shaped, that history is not only behind. It is beneath the feet and ahead of the eyes. That a nation is not only land and law, it is memory walking toward possibility. And so, the story of medieval England does not truly end. It becomes something else. It becomes a bridge between what has been and what has not yet arrived. Between stone and sky. Between endurance and becoming. This is where the night closes, but the story continues. If you wish to drift further through time, explore the other journeys waiting for you on this channel, tales of ancient worlds, forgotten empires, and quiet histories designed to carry you gently into sleep. Thank you for walking through centuries with me. Good night.